Home Hardware or Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Yes.
What's up?
Yep.
On Rogers Sportsnet, brought to you by your local independently owned Home Hardware or Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Happy Labor Day, everybody. Rogers Center, the roof is open. It is a cool, overcast day here in Toronto. John Farrell is back, and he is out exchanging lineups. Dustin McGowan, he's also back. He's not pitched in the big leagues since 2008. It has been a tough road for Dustin McGowan when you look at his injury history.
2008, he had the shoulder surgery. That was the labrum tear, and then while he was on rehab, he tore some meniscus cartilage in his knee, had to go through that, and then the big shoulder surgery last year. That's where he had the rotator cuff problems, where he tore it off the bone, and they had to anchor it back into his shoulder, but he has maintained his strength, and he has gone out there and has worked to get his way back here. So congratulations to Dustin McGowan.
Physically, battling injuries is one thing, but the mental aspect is another. Dustin McGowan himself never doubted that one day he'd be back on this field.
Physically, I knew at some point I'd get back, but it was all about, in my mind, how long is it going to take? And, you had those good and bad days, and those bad days just make it seem like you might not ever get it back, but then you have the good days and it gives you a little confidence. So it took its toll on me mentally, but, I hung in there.
He did hang in there, and for the time being, he'll be pitching out of the bullpen. He is not hot to pitch today. He's going to get another day before they crank him back up, and John Farrell says they will pick his spots very carefully. The Boston Red Sox lead the season series 8-4 over the Blue Jays. Let's take a look at that Red Sox lineup for Terry Francona. Boston lost 2 of 3 to the Texas Rangers at home over the weekend. Ellsbury, Pedroia, Gonzalez, those 3 are MVP candidates for the Boston Red Sox, top 3 in the order. The DH is David Ortiz, Euclid, Crawford, Reddick, Jason Varitek, the captain and switch-hitting catcher, is batting 8th, and Marco Scudero, the former Blue Jay, is batting 9th.
Henderson Alvarez, the starting pitcher, brought to you by Icy Hot. Pain is no match for the Icy Hot patch. Henderson Alvarez, for the 6th time, will take the mound for the Blue Jays. Wonderful numbers all the way around. 352 earned run average. He brought that down a full run after those 8 shutout innings. His last time out against Baltimore, he had a great sinker going that day, showing improved slider that afternoon. Didn't throw a lot of changeups, got 17 ground ball outs. So Henderson Alvarez, I think this is going to be a fun matchup to watch Alvarez, the strike thrower, against the Red Sox.
The key to beating the Red Sox is don't walk anybody. And last time out, Alvarez had no walks for 8 innings. First pitch strike to Jacoby Ellsbury. MVP numbers across the board for Ellsbury. 312, a career-high 24 home runs, and he's driven in 85.
Not your typical leadoff type of hitter. Yes, he's got the speed, and he's a 300 hitter, but if you make a mistake, he doesn't slap the ball around. He'll turn on it. 24 home runs, 85 runs driven in from the leadoff spot.
Alvarez is ahead. A ball and 2 strikes. Nine-game hit streak for the Red Sox center fielder. Pops this ball into center. Easy play for Dwayne Wise. 1 out.
Defensively for the Blue Jays this afternoon, a couple of changes. Escobar still nursing that left wrist problem, so Mike McCoy will get the start at shortstop. He'll be joined by Kelly Johnson in the middle of the diamond. Laurie and Adam Lynn, after a day off yesterday, will get the start at first base. Dwayne Wise gets the start in center field because of the injury. And there's John Farrell. He also is back.
John Farrell left the game on Thursday, August 25th, and it was diagnosed that he had pneumonia. Dustin McGowan takes a strike. Red Sox getting their first look at Henderson Alvarez. This is MVP candidate number 2 for the Red Sox.
First 3 guys in the lineup.
Breaking ball reached for and popped out of play. Pedroia is always going to be considered an MVP candidate. Adrian Gonzalez, the first baseman, in his first season with the Red Sox, leads the team in RBI. Pedroia late on a high fastball. Boy, Henderson Alvarez has picked it up right where he left off against the Orioles, pounding that strike zone.
The thing that he did with such efficiency is he got ahead. He used his fastball to get ahead. He's got great movement on it. Talking to Jose Molina today, he said that he could really put that fastball inside or outside, wherever he needs it.
Molina tried to sell that fastball, moved it back toward the outside corner. Checking with home plate umpire, it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mark Carlson is behind the plate. Another pop up into center field. Wise broke back initially. Now he comes in. 2 quick outs.
It's always a good sign. Henderson Alvarez, the scouting report is brought to you by Home Hardware. Homeowners helping homeowners. He has a limited arsenal right now. His fastball is tremendous. It's got great sink on it. He's got an above-average changeup, but it's the slider, I think, that is getting better for Henderson Alvarez. In a couple of years, it might be one of his best pitches. He's got that kind of depth to it, but he's working on it, and he's able to reach back. There's more in the tank. We saw that in Baltimore where he needed a strike or he needed a ground ball or a strikeout. He's able to reach back with a little something extra on it and throw it 95, 96 if he had to.
Adrian Gonzalez looking at the exaggerated shift by the Blue Jays. Goes after the first pitch, and why not? He said, you know what, I saw this kid coming after us, and he was looking for that fastball.
That's why I think this is going to be a fun matchup, to watch the patient Red Sox hitters and the very good Red Sox hitters against a youngster who throws a lot of strikes.
That was a pretty good pitch right there. Just missed the inside corner. And Molina again checking with the umpire. Are you sure that was a ball?
He'll talk him into it.
Ball and a strike. 2 outs. That changeup he got underneath of and threw it high out of the zone. Ball is driven to left field. Thames back on the track, makes the catch. Eric Thames got a good break. Quick inning for Henderson Alvarez. A 1-2-3 first. Well, he was their pitching coach for 4 years, and he was giving Eric Thames some information about Josh Beckett. Take a look at the lineup for the Blue Jays. McCoy continues to lead off, filling in for the injured Yunel Escobar. Thames, Bautista, and Lynn. Jose Bautista became just the second Blue Jay to hit 40 home runs in back-to-back seasons yesterday. Encarnacion, Kelly Johnson, Brett Laurie in third. Jose Molina and Dwayne Wise round out the lineup, and they're set to take on Josh Beckett.
Josh Beckett takes a mound with his 12-5 record. Excellent. His ERA 2.54, which is third in the American League, which is excellent. He is trying for his 4th straight win. He gave up 5 runs, struck out 8 in 7 innings. That was a 9-5 win over the Yankees on Wednesday. But his problems in this ballpark are well documented. 6.57 earned run average versus Toronto's highest of any opponent. And his ERA is over 9 in 6 starts here at Rogers Center.
That's 9. As almost 10. They hit him hard here. Mike McCoy starts things off, takes a first pitch strike. Jason Varitek, the captain, behind the plate. McCoy, that's a foul ball. Boy, that was close. Kevin Euclid really hugging the line. Mike Estabrook, the umpire at third base, had to scramble to get out of the way.
He's only a few feet behind the bag, so he had a great look at it. You can see from this angle right here, it starts foul and just hooks foul. It's got to touch the part of the bag, and it bounced right in front of the third base bag and went foul.
Bounced just outside the line before it crossed third base. McCoy's in a hole 0-2. Beckett, like so many great pitchers, when he gets you down, he is going to go right after the jugular. He went right after that outside corner with the fastball.
No need to waste any pitches. His stuff is good enough that he doesn't have to set anybody up. He can just go right after you, and he works very well with Jason Varitek, the catcher.
Breaking ball. McCoy did a good job of fouling that off. Mike McCoy making his 5th start at shortstop. Yunel Escobar injured his hand on Saturday at Yankee Stadium, applying a tag at second base. He's on the bench, but still not ready to play. There's a base hit into right field. Josh Reddick over to playing on a couple of hops. Mike McCoy starts things off.
Good thing for the Blue Jays. A good start with that base hit by McCoy. He's got a report for Josh Beckett now in his 10th year in the big leagues. He has 2 types of fastballs. He's got a 2-seamer with good sink to it. He can rear back and throw that 4-seam fastball. The knee buckling curve, the problem with that is he can't overthrow it. If he starts to overthrow it, he'll start bouncing it. Just got to let it come out of his hand, but it's a good one. Throw up the stop sign. 2.54 earned run average, is in the top 3 of the American League, so it's tough to score runs against Beckett.
Eric Thames, first a snap throw. Check on McCoy. Thames gets his first look at Josh Beckett. Good numbers for his rookie season. Played in 73 games. Good rip at that high fastball.
John Farrell knows Josh Beckett better than anybody, so he's going to give a quick scouting report to Eric Thames. All right, he's going to throw you the fastball the first pitch. Be ready to jump on it. He's got a good curveball. This is where he likes to pitch left-handers in and out. John Farrell watched him for years over in Boston, Josh Beckett, so he knows what he likes to do to left-handers.
Yeah, Farrell was certainly a big part of the process. Beckett adjusting in Boston. Pretty good asset to have when you're playing the Red Sox for 4 games.
I know as a hitter, I would like to know what they're trying to do to me, just to reinforce what I'm thinking. But to have your manager be able to tell you what to look for, that could be a good thing.
There goes McCoy. Ball is bounced to first. Gonzalez stepped on the bag to retire Thames. McCoy did not slide into second, but he beat the throw. Scudero took The throw from Gonzalez. McCoy moves into scoring position.
When you are running into the type of teams and the type of pitchers that the Blue Jays have been facing lately, you got to make something happen. They go with the hit and run and try and pull the ball into right field. It gets the leadoff hitter into scoring position for your 3 and 4 batters. So the Blue Jays aggressively trying to jump on top early.
Jose Bautista hit his 40th home run of the season yesterday against Rafael Soriano in New York. He becomes the first American League batter since David Ortiz to have back-to-back 40 home run seasons. David Ortiz had 3 40 home run seasons in a row, 2004, 2005, and 2006. And last year, as Bautista was closing in on a 50 home run plateau, Ortiz gave him some advice at Fenway Park and said, listen, don't change a thing, just make sure you get a good pitch to hit. Bautista ended up with 54.
Make the pitchers change. You don't change anything. His approach has been probably the most consistent of the Blue Jays all season long. You take a picture of an at-bat here in September, it's the same that you saw back in April.
And he has had his slumps. He has had his at-bats where nothing worked and the timing was off. Fastball up and away.
He has a great approach.
When you look at what the league has done to Bautista, everybody very aware of his power now. But they have pitched him very carefully. They have walked him over 100 times. And he still has put up big numbers. 1-2, 1 out. One thing you're going to see throughout the 4-game series, the Red Sox pitchers take a lot of time.
Yes. Yes. And they do that when Jason Varitek is behind the mound or behind the plate also. They go through a series of signs, especially with the runner at second base, as they'll go through that and just take their time just to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Fastball called strike 3. Bautista is going to express his displeasure with Mark Carlson, but he'll turn and walk back to the dugout. Bautista felt that ball was outside.
Josh Beckett crossed him up. I think he was looking for a breaking ball, and he gets the fastball. And that is right on the corner. From that shot right there, this one will tell. He hits the glove, and it's right on the corner.
Beckett caught the outside corner. So it's a strikeout for Beckett, his first of the afternoon. See Varitek shift. He got set up in the outer half of the plate, and then just before Beckett went into his pitching motion, he slid to the outside even further.
He does that better than any catcher, I think, in the American League. Just in case that runner at second base is going to give location to that batter, he'll set up inside, and then right at the last minute, he might slide to the outside. Some pitchers don't like that because it really distracts the target to where they're throwing to. Here he is again. Watch where he's going to set up inside, and then right when the pitcher starts his move towards home plate, he moves to the outside corner.
Varitek gives a longer, more complicated series of signs than anybody, and because of that, sometimes the hitters ask for time. But he's protecting the sequence of pitches and the location. (3-0). Edwin Encarnacion is on deck. Lind has hit well against Beckett. He's 8 for 18 with the home run. Encarnacion has gone 0 for 5 in limited at-bats against the big right-hander. Boston will not give in to you. If they have a base open, they'll pitch around you.
That's why I'm not expecting a fastball here to Lind.
And he walks. They pitched around Lind with the right-hander coming up.
Sunk that fastball out of the strike zone, hoping to get a ground ball just in case Adam Lind had the green light. So he walks the left-hander to face the right-hander.
Edwin Encarnacion, the DH this afternoon, went 7 for 22 on the road trip. Had a 3-hit game yesterday at Yankee Stadium. Swings at the first pitch and pops it back. So far, Beckett has been predictable on that first pitch. He's thrown a lot of first pitch fastballs.
Challenges him with the fastballs. And read something into that and be ready. And Encarnacion was ready. Got a good one to hit, and he just fouled it back.
McCoy at second, Lind at first. Kind of showing on that pitch. Talk about Josh Beckett's problems in this ballpark. Career against the Blue Jays, you can see it. Toronto is 1-2 with a 9.28 ERA. They've hit 13 home runs. Boston, a little bit different story for him.
300 average for the Blue Jays. Vernon Wells always had great at-bats against Josh Beckett. With 13 home runs, this is a home run hitter's ballpark. And if he is missing on his breaking ball, or if he's not getting the ball down, the Blue Jays have had powerful teams over the last few years.
May 30th, 2006, the Blue Jays hit 4 home runs off Beckett. Breaking ball fouled off. Vernon Wells had 2 of his 3 home runs that afternoon off of Josh Beckett. Troy Gloss had the other 2 home runs off Beckett. Career numbers versus the Jays was 4 and 6. In those 15 career starts, he's given up 19 home runs. So this has been a tough team on him. Again, Baratek and Beckett taking a long time to get to the pitch.
Yeah, and you will see this all afternoon as long as they're on big, and especially with runners at second base.
There goes McCoy. Ball is down and away. Mike McCoy steals third. His 8th steal of the season. McCoy had an opportunity to see a lot of pitches called. It's a breaking ball down and away, and he got a good jump.
Picks a great pitch to run on. Breaking ball, no throw, picks up his 8th steal. He's only been thrown out twice. Infielders do not give any ground with 2 outs and 2 strikes on the batter.
So it's first and third, 2 outs. Trying to show him protecting the plate, fouls this one into the seats. The Jays have made Beckett work. He's thrown 20 pitches here in the first inning. One thing to think about, the Red Sox bullpen over the weekend against Boston threw 15 innings in the 3 games. Andrew Miller got knocked out in the 2nd inning in the first start on Friday night. They had to use the bullpen a lot over the weekend. Beckett strikes him out. Breaking ball sailed off the outside corner. Beckett ends up with 2 strikeouts and strands a pair of base runners. Hard breaking ball down and away, gets Encarnacion.
Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Big crowd on hand this Labor Day Monday as the Red Sox are in town to open up a 4-game series. The DH, David Ortiz, steps in. Ortiz has been a red-hot hitter. Went 15 for 31 on the homestand for Boston.
Big shift for the Blue Jays when Ortiz is at the plate. Out in right field, that's Kelly Johnson. Or excuse me, Brett Laurie. The Blue Jays have done this with Jose Bautista when he was playing third base. They would put him out in short right field. Laurie, with his athleticism, he gets to cover a lot of ground out there.
Ball and strike. Good call. Alvarez threw that sinking fastball right at the knees, and he's ahead a ball and 2 strikes. Ortiz missed 9 games with bursitis in his right heel. Popped him up. Dwayne Wise has been busy so far. That's his 3rd put out of the game.
Last game, Henderson Alvarez got all the ground balls. He had 2 fly ball outs. This one much different against the Red Sox batters. He has faced 4 hitters. He's had 4 fly ball outs. Haven't seen the dramatic sink to his fastball yet, like we saw in Baltimore.
Kevin Youkilis, the 3rd baseman. First pitch breaking ball. Boy, that's an improvement. We have seen that pitch improve from game to game.
Well, what Jose Molina wants to do with Henderson Alvarez with his breaking ball, he wants to get him to throw that ball, that breaking ball, aim towards the front of the plate, even if you try and bounce it. And I asked him today, well, why would you want to do that? He says it makes him get out in front and force his hand and get that ball out. If you start throwing it from behind your head, that's when the ball just spins up there. But if you think about getting it out in front and snapping one off, that's when you're going to get the good slider.
So far, he has really handcuffed the Red Sox hitters. He tied up Youkilis with that good fastball. Red Sox traditionally a very patient team. Alvarez hasn't allowed him to get into that mindset.
If you nibble and you don't have the courage to throw your fastball for strikes against the Red Sox or the Yankees, you're going to get in trouble. You're not going to be around very long because they will just wear you out.
Youkilis, there's a ground ball. First one of the game. Laurie makes quick work of it. Henderson Alvarez started out his season in the Florida State League. He pitched 2 games in Dunedin, and then he just moved right up the ladder, and here he is in Toronto. But he's gotten better and better as the season has gone on.
That's the impressive thing. When you start in A-ball, your batting average 300, it goes down to 250, and then you get to the big leagues, and it's 237.
Carl Crawford takes a pitch outside.
There are players like that all the time. The higher up they go in the minor leagues, the better they get because they understand the game, and you start playing the game. Down in A-ball, you know, if you're a hitter, you've got pitchers who are trying to do things to you, well, they just physically can't. But the higher up you go in the minor leagues, pitchers start pitching to your weaknesses, and you can think along with them. It's the same way with pitching.
Ground ball, backhanded by Johnson. Beautiful play. Kelly Johnson goes to the backhand, jumps and fires a strike. Good defense behind Henderson Alvarez. You anticipate balls on the ground. Johnson, good throw to first to get Crawford. today's game. You could win amazing prizes from Sharp, including Canada's largest LCD TV, a 70-inch Sharp Aquos. Enter online at hitahomerunSharp.ca. Sharp makes bigger, better. Brett Laurie is on deck. Kelly Johnson will lead things off. Blue Jays got a couple guys on, but stranded two. Kelly Johnson. Again, another first pitch fastball from Josh Beckett.
Yeah, and I think the Blue Jays are picking up on that. And they're letting it go. Kelly Johnson has bumped his average up now since coming over from Arizona. Since he has come here, he's at 300.
Cut fastball for a strike. You see, Veritek gives a sequence of signs even without base runners on base, and that's pretty standard around baseball now because there's so much video available. If you're watching to see how you're going to get hitters out, it's easy to break these signals down. Breaking ball, base hit. Beckett been out of bottle by Ellsbury, but he gets it back in time. Beckett went with a curveball, and Johnson smokes it into center. Brett Laurie. After the inning, Brett Laurie came off the field defensively. The training staff took a look at his hand. We're not sure what they're looking at. It looks like they're looking at the end of his right index finger. Take a look at the last play he made. Didn't appear to have any problems as he threw out Kevin Youkilis. Laurie goes after the first pitch. Youkilis to second for one. Pedroia back to first. Not in time. He can run. That was a tailor-made double play ball. Youkilis can't believe they didn't turn two, but Laurie, as he always does, busted down the line.
And one of the better second basemen at turning the double play. Laurie beats it out. So the Red Sox can only get one of the better double play second baseman in the American League. Pedroia can't get it. He's one of the best.
Yeah.
He and Robinson Cano are in a class by themselves.
They hang in there. They're not afraid of the oncoming base runner. They both have strong arms. Jose Molina. There goes Laurie. Got a good jump. Veritek's throw is not in time. Laurie is 5 for 5 in stolen bases.
Josh Beckett has given up 19 stolen bases coming into this game. Runners have only been caught 4 times, so already in the first 2 innings, the Blue Jays have a couple of steals. It was Mike McCoy in the first inning. Now Brett Laurie, perfect, 5 for 5 this season.
And Pedroia is going to keep an eye on Laurie at second. Molina fouls it off. It's 0-2. Dustin Pedroia keeping his eye on Brett Laurie, shorten up his lead at second. Molina takes it upstairs. Scoreless game, bottom of the second inning. Red Sox, the first of 4 games here at Rogers Center. Boston coming off a 4-5 homestand. Texas won 2 of 3 against the Sox over the weekend. Molina, bouncing ball. Pedroia right behind the bag at second. Goes out Molina. Laurie moves to third on the play.
Red Sox lost 2 out of 3 to the Yankees on that last homestand. They also lost 2 out of 3 to the Texas Rangers on that last homestand. A couple of teams that'll probably be in the playoffs.
Boston and Texas, they just have slugfests. They go back and forth, back and forth. Of the 10 games they played against each other all year long, all 10 games were decided by 4 runs or more. Dwayne Wise bats with 2 outs. There's a first pitch breaking ball. Beckett changed his pattern. And if you stay with the pattern too long, it'll catch up to you.
People will figure it out, and then they will start looking at that breaking ball early in the count.
That's a good curveball. Beckett has really pitched tough all year long. When you look at his record, he's 12-5, but the ERA just over 2.5. But the one thing he's done is dominate left-handed hitters. And this breaking ball has a lot to do with that. Left-handers have hit just 184 against Beckett.
He has the problem at time of giving up the home runs. Given up 16 home runs this year, 9 of them to the lefties. But he has neutralized them with that good curveball.
Beckett, when he's on his game, has good finish to his fastball. It might not register as high as other fastballs, but there's some life to it at the end. That last fastball took off upstairs.
He's got a couple, again, types of fastballs. He can sink it, he can cut it, or reach back with a four-seamer.
Wise stays alive. Blue Jays have a couple of hits against Beckett, first time through the order. Wise strikes out. Beckett has 3 strikeouts in 2 innings. We are scoreless after 2 here at Rogers Center. Has attended to him a couple of different times. This is just before he goes out to take his defensive position. Hap Hudson, the assistant trainer, working on, looks like his fingernails, and this was the throw back in the 2nd inning.
That looks like an iodine or something that they put on where they usually have cuts around the finger. And I'm wondering if he might have cut his finger somewhere.
Josh Reddick, the right fielder. See, Laurie, he does this all the time, so we can't even figure what that is. He is a bundle of nerve. He's not nervous. He's just got a lot of energy.
Constantly moving.
Reddick was taken out of the game on Saturday. He did not play on Sunday against Texas. He was hit by a pitch on his left hand. You mentioned your conversation with Molina about Henderson Alvarez and the game plan, and Molina had some interesting thoughts about what he was going to do as far as calling the game.
Fastballs. He wasn't, the last time he caught him, he was surprised at the fastball command that he had.
Tipped off the glove by Alvarez, and Johnson's there to retire Beckett. Looked like Brett Lawrie just might have knocked some skin off his finger. It doesn't appear as though to be anything significant. 1 out. The captain, Jason Varitek. Varitek making his 57th start behind the plate this afternoon.
Finish up what Molina was talking about with Alvarez is his ability with the fastball to go inside and outside. You don't see too many young pitchers who started the year at A-ball come up here and just dot the I, if you will, with this fastball. So he said, you know, we're going to keep pounding the strike zone with the fastball. We'll mix in a changeup. I want to see what pitch is working for him today before I decide what pitch I'm going to go to for the most part.
Late on that fastball. So far, so good with the fastball mix and the occasional changeup. We've also seen some good sliders here. He hasn't used many, but the ones he's thrown have been good ones. 1-2.
When he does throw that slider again, we'll watch Molina and we'll see if he gives him a very low target and maybe points to home plate. Again, he wants him to get out there and reach with that slider.
Coming inside. Just missed downstairs. It's a full count. Alvarez used the changeup when he was behind earlier in this at bat. Might come right back with it here.
Good call. When you are geared for the fastball and you think about it, well, he's a young pitcher, he's going to challenge me, and you have the ability to pull a string like that, that's a changeup. And he's got good depth and a good arm speed on it. As a hitter, you think it's a fastball and it just disappears on you.
First strikeout of the afternoon for Henderson Alvarez. Shortstop, former Blue Jay Marco Scutaro looks at a pitch upstairs. Molina telling him to calm down. You see Gonzalez and Jason Varitek. You bet they're talking about Henderson Alvarez, exchanging some information.
This is first time through the lineup. Marco Scutaro is the last batter. And they're going to be sitting over there and they're going to watch and they're going to try and figure out what he has done through the first time through the lineup and try and take advantage of it starting next inning.
Sharply hit. Lawrie tips it, and that'll go as a base hit. Brett Lawrie dove to his left and tipped it. Mike McCoy was going to have a tough shot even if Lawrie didn't slow it down.
Yeah, the only guy who could have made that play was the third baseman, Brett Lawrie, and he gets a good jump on balls. So a little bit quicker off the turf. It skids on him. Ricochets off of his glove. He gets to it, but it just pops over his glove for an infield hit. First hit of the afternoon for the Red Sox.
First base runner for Boston. Back to the top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury. Goes after the first pitch. This is trouble. It's a fair ball all the way down into the corner. Bautista gets to it quickly. Scutaro's being stopped at third base as the relay's a perfect one. Good job by Bautista to play it perfectly in the corner. If that ball takes one more bounce, Scutaro scores.
You have to be aggressive as a corner outfielder, but not too aggressive where you overrun the baseball. And now you're talking a triple. Bautista plays it perfectly. The pitch, first pitch fastball, and Ellsbury jumps all over it. Now he gets a good angle in the corner. See how he's going into the corner? He gets a good angle to play it as it ricochets right to him. His only job then is get it to the cutoff man. And Kelly Johnson certainly has plenty of arm as a second baseman as he sets himself up right on the line to give himself a good throw home, and that's got to stop the runner.
Great execution by both Bautista and Johnson. Dustin Pedroia takes a pitch inside. Bautista threw it perfectly. Johnson had his body angled, so he caught it on the glove side and made a quick return throw to the plate. Pedroia goes after a high pitch, and don't think that he chased a bad one. That's the pitch he hits out of the ballpark.
He might hit that pitch better than anybody in the American League. That high fastball. He doesn't cut his swing off when he goes and tries to hit those pitches. It's up around his shoulders, and he stays through the ball. See that? See how his bat went through the ball?
He hits it like he thinks he's 6'5". But he goes after it. Cito Gaston always admired the way Pedroia hit that pitch, because oftentimes guys will reach for it and feel for it up there. He doesn't do that.
He homered against the Blue Jays on a pitch just like that at Fenway Park earlier this year.
This is the interesting aspect for Alvarez, as the Red Sox hitters second time through the order have a little bit more information now. He's been a clutch hitter his whole career, Pedroia has. Over 300. 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Molina wants to go through another set of signs with Alvarez. Beat on the ground. Alvarez called Molina out to the mound to make sure they have their heads together.
He's probably going to go through a couple of signs here, as he doesn't have to give any, just in case Jacoby Ellsbury is looking in at second base. We saw him do this in Baltimore, where he went out with a runner at second and said, okay, let's go with this pitch here. If that doesn't work, we're going to throw this next. So he doesn't have to flash any signs to his pitcher.
Ellsbury, Scudero, second and third. Another bouncing ball. Big hop for Laurie, and Alvarez gets out of it. The Red Sox get their first 2 hits of the afternoon, but Henderson Alvarez strands a pair of base runners. Molina, look at his ERA, 0.41. Drew Hutchinson wrapped up his regular season with another outstanding effort, and Chad Jenkins in August, a 197 opponent's batting average, and that's how you get back to contention. You do it on the strength of starting pitching.
Young starting pitching. You know what I like about all 3 of these guys right here? If you look at those numbers, they don't walk anybody. It's a lot like Henderson Alvarez, where you come in and you throw strikes.
Mike McCoy goes after the first pitch, and Beckett, second time through the order, starts McCoy off with a breaking ball. Mostly fastballs first pitch, first time through the order. Henderson Alvarez came out of A ball, went to Double-A, and he has made his start in the big leagues. This is his sixth big league start. Won his first major league game last time out against the Orioles.
I think if young pitchers show that they can throw strikes with all of their pitching, they can use their fastball and they can command it whenever they need to, and they move up the line, I think you get them up here as soon as possible, because then they'll learn to pitch to big league hitters. But I wouldn't throw them to the wolves if they don't know how to throw strikes.
Good point. That's the difference between what we have seen from Henderson Alvarez and what we saw from Kyle Drabek early on.
Yeah, you're just asking for trouble, and then you're really throwing some self-doubt into those pitchers' minds when they don't have something to go to get a strike. We've seen that now for 6 starts for Alvarez, that he can throw strikes whenever he wants to.
Again, that scouting report has spread like wildfire. You get Eric Thames in 2 strikes, elevate the fastball. He's been patient, laying off that high fastball. Curveball. 2-2. To continue your theme about how devastating the base on ball can be, when the Red Sox have 0 or 1 walk on offense, their record is 10-10. If you don't walk the Red Sox, you've got a 50-50 chance of beating them. But with 2 walks or more, they're 74-45. 29 games over 500.
That's just such a big part of what the Red Sox and Yankees do. They just grind you down, make you throw a lot of pitches.
Nasty breaking ball down and in. Thames strikes out. Beckett has 4 strikeouts already this afternoon.
It's the knee buckler, that curveball that he has. He's not trying to overthrow it this afternoon. It's coming out of his hand very nicely. And that one looked like a sweeping breaking ball. Started up and away from Eric Thames and ended up right to his back shoe. Got a lot of movement in that curveball.
Jose Bautista. Jose was called out on strikes his first time up. Looked like the same pitch. It was strike 3 in his first at bat.
You know what you were talking about taking the base on balls. The Red Sox more than 3 walks a game in their 29 games over 500. That's just the games or the counts that they walked. How many times was it 3 and 2 and they got a base hit?
Yeah.
You know, that's not even counting those type. So they make you throw a lot of pitches. And if you can't command the strike zone, they're going to wear you down.
Ball and a strike. Bautista thought it was going to be outside. He guessed right, but it was a little bit up.
That's what makes Beckett so tough to hit against, is he can elevate that fastball, but then he can throw that curveball, and it starts on the same plane as that fastball and then just drops. So you can't go up there guessing what he's going to do to you. You just have to track that ball.
Once again, Beckett didn't like the first offering from Veritek and asked for another pitch. Curveball down and away. Jose Bautista, just the second Blue Jay to have back-to-back 40 home run seasons. Carlos Delgado, 99 and 2000, was the only other Blue Jay hitter to have back-to-back 40 home run seasons. One after a breaking ball. Bounced in the dirt. 2 strikeouts in the inning. 5 on the afternoon for Josh Beckett. Great pitching matchup so far. The youngster Alvarez, the veteran Beckett. Jose Bautista certainly has to be considered as a strong MVP candidate. Take a look at Adrian Gonzalez, Jose Bautista in their splits pre and post All-Star break. Gonzalez got off to a great start. He has slowed down. Bautista as well, 31 home runs, but he hasn't slowed down as dramatically as Gonzalez.
I think eventually players will get to their average that they show over their career. Adrian Gonzalez came into this year, his major league average, batting average, 284. The highest he ever hit in 1 year was 304 a couple of years ago for San Diego. So that 354 was a little bit out of whack when it comes to what he does in his career. Jose, on the other hand, his batting average, his career batting average coming into this year, 244. So what he did, he was 100 points higher than his average at one point. But eventually, after 500 or 600 at-bats, generally speaking, they will get to their major league average.
I would suggest that Gonzalez has a better chance of staying close to his major league average. And Bautista has a chance to improve upon his, given the fact the last 2 years has really been the Bautista we have known here. And I think that's the hitter that he is now that he's playing every day.
Yeah, the 244 is lower than the type of player that we have seen over the last couple of years. I agree with that.
How about that strikeout? A breaking ball to the outside, and that's supposed to be his third best pitch, and he strikes out a very good Adrian Gonzalez.
But it's the second time through, so he's got to show him something different. And again, that breaking ball, when he throws it out in front, he's got a little bit more tilt and a little more depth to that pitch. That time it's in a good spot.
Gonzalez has lined out and struck out. David Ortiz, the DH, takes a first pitch strike. There'll be a lot of conversation in that dugout. What do you see? I don't know. I haven't seen much of anything yet.
Well, the one thing that you can see is he's around the plate.
What would you ask as a hitter going back to the dugout? What would you look for as a hitter at the plate facing a guy for the first time?
What would I be looking for? I'd look for the first fastball, first of all. I think that, the scouting report, and I think everybody knows it, that his bread and butter pitch is the fastball, the good sinking fastball. So I'd get up there as a right-handed batter, and I'd look for the ball out over the plate. If I saw it on the inside corner, I'd try and take it. Because of the movement on it, it's probably a ball.
It's Adrian Gonzalez after that last at bat, and look at that ball goes up and away, and then he throws me a breaking ball. But you're right, you have to have a game plan, but specifically if I were batting against the guy for the first time, I might want to see if there's any difference in how his hand is with the slider compared to a fastball. And you do try to break it down to that small area where you're focused on.
Well, your first at bat, you want to try and see all of his pitches.
Ortiz beats the shift and singles into right. That was a breaking ball that he stayed on.
Stayed back on that back leg, and he kept his hands back. Watch him as this ball spins towards home plate. The hands are back. He might have started to lose his lower half, but if your hands stay back, you've got a chance.
Well, Ortiz has been swinging a hot bat since he has gotten back in the lineup. I mentioned he had a great home series after missing 9 games with that heel problem. Alvarez right back in the strike zone.
To finish off that point about what you would want to do, ideally your first time up, you'd like to see all of his pitches. But if Henderson Alvarez is strike 1, strike 2, you're not going to see all of his pitches. That's the beauty of him throwing so many strikes. You don't see a lot of what he can throw.
Euclid in a hole 0-2. And this is really the strength of the Red Sox, making a pitcher throw a lot of pitches. They're a confident bunch. They can hit with 2 strikes, but they can't always hit when it's 0-2.
Just makes it that much tougher. Now you got to really grind it. Good looking pitch there.
Well, that's that Bartolo Colon 2-seamer, comes back toward the outside corner. Do you get a feeling that Alvarez is kind of a sponge?
Yes.
And give him information and he can put it into use quickly?
And it all started with that conversation he had with Felix Hernandez.
Euclid lays off that sinking fastball. When you think about it, Alvarez made a start, and then Bruce Walton changed his delivery. He was afraid that he was going to injure himself using the motion he used in the minors, so they smoothed out his delivery, and he's picked it up. Euclid fights off the changeup. Oftentimes mechanical changes are held off until the offseason, maybe in spring training, but Walton was so convinced that something had to be done, he made the change after the first start. Full count.
And the player picked it up. He didn't come up here, well, I've had success doing it this way in the minor leagues and all that. And that's the worst thing you can do for a young player. Think that what you did in the minor leagues is going to transfer to the big leagues and you're going to be a success. You got to trust your coaches that they've been around and they know what to help you with.
There goes Ortiz. Lucas pops it into right field. Bautista was deep, but he'll get there and makes the catch.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Two outs. Carl Crawford grounded to second base his first time up. Ortiz with a single to right. He stands at first. Carl Crawford got off to a slow start his first season after signing a big free agent contract with the Red Sox. Boy, that's a great approach. I don't care if you throw 85 or 105. Strike one, strike two.
You can just do so many more things, and it gets the batter on his heels, and you establish the tempo of the at-bat as the pitcher.
Down and in. That'll make him move his feet.
That's that point, excuse me, Buck, that I was talking about, that he's able to reach back, and that time he tried to reach back for a little bit too much right there. Hold himself right out of the strike zone.
Alvarez has thrown 9 of 15 first pitch strikes. To one of the most patient hitting teams in baseball. Bounced, and Molina got a break there. That ball bounced up and hit Carl Crawford and stayed right there at home plate.
Another ball down. It came right back to Jose. Ricocheted off of Carl Crawford. Jose was looking to gun somebody out.
Full count, 2 outs. Ortiz with Lynn behind him. There he goes. Bounced foul. David Ortiz, we mentioned he missed 9 games with heel bursitis. And he's running around the bases now. Doesn't appear to have any problems with that. Crawford takes the walk. That's the first walk issued by Henderson Alvarez. We mentioned the walks are part of the Red Sox attack. If you don't walk them, chances are you've got a chance to beat them. In games this year where the Red Sox have been issued 0 or 1 walks, they have gone 10 and 10. 2 outs. Josh Reddick goes after the first pitch. As they often do, the Red Sox have elevated the pitch count of Alvarez. This will be his 70th pitch. And it's fouled out of play. Another 0-2 count.
And they foul off good pitches. The Red Sox. That was a good pitch there. Other teams would ground that ball to the right side and be out of the inning, but he still has to get after him now. 70 pitches total. The Red Sox are #1 in the American League in on base percentage, thanks to all those walks.
Strike 3 call. What a pitch. That two-seamer, the comeback fastball, freezes Josh Reddick. 2 strikeouts in the inning. The Red Sox get a base hit and a walk, but the strikeout ends the inning. In the 4th inning, someone will win a 40-inch Octopus Quadron TV and Blu-ray player. To enter, visit Hit a Home Run with Sharp.ca. Sharp Aquos makes bigger, better. Home run hitters coming up: Lind, Encarnacion, and Kelly Johnson. It's a scoreless game. Only 5 hits in the ball game. 3 for the Red Sox, 2 for the Blue Jays. Ball on a strike. Lind hit his 24th home run on Saturday. Came off Bartolo Colon. He did not play in yesterday's game. Way outside. I love the way Jason Varitek manages the game from behind the plate. He doesn't let Beckett get into any patterns. First time through the order, first pitch fastball, almost every hitter. Now they've used the breaking ball a little more. And he just makes sure that he doesn't fall in any patterns.
He's a computer back there, isn't he?
Yeah.
You had a chance to coach him in the
WBC
2006,
and he's got a photographic mind to begin with, and then takes tremendous pride in knowing the hitters, understanding their weaknesses and the strengths of his pitcher. Strike 3 call. Perfect fastball at the knees. 1 out here, bottom of the 4th. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Robinson Cano was relatively quiet in the series against the Blue Jays, but he had some key hits, including a 2-run double on Saturday afternoon, a difference in that ball game. Once they get it going, boy, the Yankees are tough to cool off.
It's like a big rock rolling downhill. Just keeps gathering steam.
The Red Sox game and a half behind the Yankees. Encarnacion sharply hit, deep and short. Scudero trying to bounce it, not in time. Marco Scudero has good hands, but he doesn't have the arm strength to play shortstop.
Yeah, it's a long throw from the backhand side. Now he's going to try and bounce the ball over there. Maybe on one bounce, but this time it hits twice. And that is not going to get Edwin Encarnacion, who's thinking hit. Smokes the ball to the left side. Scudero just doesn't have enough to get it over there to get Encarnacion.
Shortstop has been a concern for Boston. Scudero, Lowry, Jed Lowry, and Iglesias, the rookie, have all played over there. Kelly Johnson had a single to center his first time up. Looked like Adrian Gonzalez was listening in on the conversation between Lovello and Encarnacion. That ball is driven toward the gap in left field. Carl Crawford with great speed closes quickly and makes the catch.
It's good outfield here. We saw the Los Angeles Angels in their outfield. It might be one of the best defensive outfield in the American League, but you can put the Red Sox right up there. Jacoby Ellsbury covers a lot of ground. He hasn't made an error this year. Carl Crawford, he's a Gold Glover in left field, and Josh Reddick filling in for J.D. Drew until he gets back as a decent outfielder also.
Yeah, Josh Reddick has center field skills. Reddick has 4 assists from right field in just 35 starts. Brett Lawrie hit into a fielder's choice his last time up. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. Lawrie hit a sharp ground ball to Euclid at third. Looked like a double play, but he beat it out at first. Down and away. Ball and a strike. Scoreless ball game. We mentioned that the Red Sox lead the season series 8-4 over the Blue Jays. And the Red Sox last time here, boy, they whipped up on the Blue Jays. Had a great series, a lot of offense. And they just had too much offense.
Yeah, it wasn't very fun. 35-6. The Red Sox outscored the Blue Jays.
Good breaking ball. Beckett's ahead 1-2.
Everything the Red Sox hit in that series found holes. The bloopers and the bleeders, and they also smoked a couple of balls in that series also. The 3-game series, I think, is the highest this year. I think 46 hits in that 3-game series was the most against the Blue Jays this year.
Yeah, everything that the Blue Jay pitchers threw up there, Boston hit hard. Boston won 5-1, 16-4, and 14-1. For the season, the Red Sox have outscored the Blue Jays by 50 runs. 1-2. There goes Encarnacion. The pitch is outside. Veritek thought it was strike 3. Encarnacion picks up his 6th steal of the season. Here are the numbers for the season we mentioned. You can see the Blue Jays pitching has just been abused by the Red Sox. Red Sox with 21 home runs. Training staff is out to talk to Josh Beckett. That's never a good sign, middle of the inning. And looking at his right foot. See him flexing that right ankle.
I wonder if his spikes got caught on the pitching rubber or the pitching mound when he let go of that last pitch. He might have twisted his ankle.
Well, immediately Terry Francona came out and brought the trainer with him, and they're checking with Josh Beckett.
Let's watch the last pitch. You can see his right foot push off. And you can see him kind of feeling it right there.
Yeah, he felt something before he landed. The push off. And then when he lands, takes a very soft step on that right foot. We'd mentioned that the Red Sox bullpen has really been abused. Looks like Terry Francona's going to take him out of this game. He's not going to let him pitch. That's enough. He said, you're too valuable to risk it, and he's going to go into the dugout.
Let me ask you this. Can they tape him on the mound? I mean, they can't take him off the mound and tape up his ankle and let him finish the inning, do they?
Yeah, I think they could do that, but I think he's going to be removed from the game. Terry Francona came over to talk to Kurt Young, the pitching coach, and they're going to take him out of the game.
You know, if they wanted him to try and get through it, they might have been able to give him some support, but not now.
Well, it's going to be a new pitcher when we come back. We mentioned the bullpen has been abused of late, so they'll put their heads together. When we come back, it'll be a new Red Sox pitcher as Beckett has left the game with an apparent injury. Season 9-2 with a 2.99 ERA. Aceves pitched a scoreless ninth inning against the Yankees. He did not pitch in the Red Sox series. Aceves has really pitched well, and he picked up that second loss of the season against New York. Pitched an inning and a third. And he is going to get plenty of time to loosen up.
Yeah, he is just now moving back behind the pitching mound just to get loose. He'll have as much time as he needs to get loose coming out of that bullpen. He has been a very valuable pitcher for the Red Sox coming out of the bullpen. He is their long man. He's been pitching in some big games, but if they need multiple innings, this is the guy right here, and he's been very good at it. Aceves has thrown at least 2 innings 16 times this year, 3 innings 9 times, and has gone at least 4 innings twice out of the bullpen for the Red Sox. So he's given them those innings, and that's why his record, he's won 9 games out of the pen.
Well, we mentioned John Farrell was back. He was dealing with a bout of pneumonia. He's been out 10 days, and it's tough to be away from the team. And John Farrell told us about not being able to have an impact on his ball club.
It's been a little helpless feeling watching the club from at home, watching the club on TV. But the way I feel today compared to the last time I was in this ballpark is a heck of a lot better. So I'm just thankful to be back and appreciate the work that Walk and the staff continue to do over these past 10 days to put a game plan together.
Well, Alfredo Cevis will continue to loosen up. We've got some time, and we'll be back here. The Blue Jays batting bottom of the fourth in a scoreless game. Baseball partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It is a cool afternoon with the roof open here at Rogers Center. So far, the bats have been equally cool. No score, 6 hits in the ball game. Josh Beckett, the starter for the Boston Red Sox, has been removed with 2 outs and a man on base. An apparent ankle injury. We haven't been informed of the extent of that injury, but Terry Francona didn't even hesitate. Said, you know what? We've got a comfortable lead in the wild card race. We're down to our final 23 games. I'm not going to endanger one of my starting pitchers.
Yeah, it's so valuable to this ball club. Beckett, he would be their #1 starter. So Terry Francona not taking any chances, gets him out, and will turn to his bullpen.
Kurt Young, the pitching coach, giving Francona a possible update. 2-2. Brett Laurie. There goes Encarnacion to third. Cevis never even looked back, and Encarnacion has his second stolen base of the afternoon. Blue Jays have 4.
Fourth for the Blue Jays, and they are just going to take off. Veritek doesn't even come out from behind the plate.
Breaking ball. No swing, according to first base umpire Tim Timmons. Blue Jays might have got a break right there. Timmons said no swing. Breaking ball down and away. Laurie checked his swing, and he's at first.
Cevis got a lot of breaking balls, and he's not afraid to throw it. There's that curve ball there. You can see from the side, Laurie goes out and pulls it back.
So Laurie's at first, Encarnacion at third. There were 2 outs for Jose Molina. Going after that first pitch, pops it into right. Josh Reddick has plenty of room, and the inning is over. Blue Jays leave 2. We've played 4 complete at Rogers Center. It's a scoreless tie. goes just 3 2/3. 3 hits. He struck out 6. He had the strikeout pitch working, just 58 pitches, but it appeared as though he had something wrong with his right foot or ankle.
He had a good fastball today and a very good curveball. Got a lot of those strikeouts on curveballs here, but he'll have to leave the game with the injury, and now it's a battle of their bullpen. They brought up an extra player today. Kyle Weiland brought up from the minor leagues by the Boston Red Sox to fill out that bullpen. 9 relievers now they're going to carry, and they're going to need them now after Beckett can only get through 3 2/3.
On Friday night, the bullpen threw 7 2/3. Saturday, with Bedard on the mound, the bullpen still had to pitch 3 innings. There's Weiland right there, who has rejoined the team, coming up for the first time.
Their AAA team is in the playoffs in Pawtucket, so they can't bring up some of their AAA players now that rosters have expanded. And that's why you see 9 relievers.
Jason Varitek. Ball on the strike. Varitek struck out on a 3-2 changeup his first time up. Henderson Alvarez has continued what he started in Baltimore last time out. Fouled into the glove of Molina. That caught Molina in an awkward spot in his glove. And a little foul tip. You could see him taking that glove off every once in a while. When you get a foul tip, you don't catch it squarely in the pocket.
That one looked like it got him right in the palm.
Grounded to short. Third baseman Laurie makes the play. Laurie was well off the line as Varitek pulls the ball a lot. Then Laurie was way away from the third base foul line.
Infield for the Blue Jays plays percentages with left-handers at the plate. They will really bunch the middle. You can see Mike McCoy, the shortstop, right behind the pitcher, and Brett Laurie in the hole there, and takes a hit away from Jason Varitek.
1 out. Inside, Marco Scudero. Scudero hit a ball off Laurie's glove. That was the first hit of the ball game for Boston. That came with 2 outs in the third. Hit hard, but well foul down the left side. This time it's fouled off on the right side. Henderson Alvarez went 8 shutout innings his last time out. He has shut the Red Sox out through 4 hitting here this afternoon.
That was his big league high, those 8 innings. Took him 97 pitches to get through those 8 innings. I think that's a result of all those ground ball outs that he got. I'm not going to be able to get the 8 innings this afternoon in under 100 pitches.
Blue Jays have gotten a nice contribution from unexpected sources. Luis Perez came up, made his debut against the Red Sox.
We talked about that at the beginning of the show this afternoon about Perez and Alvarez combined through about 8 2/3 innings.
This is trouble. It bounces and slams up against the wall in right center. Dwayne Wise gets it back to the infield. Scudero with his second hit of the afternoon. Ball was up and he just went with it.
Don't try and pull it. Scudero has some power. This time he takes it the other way. Came into this game at 271. He had a couple of knocks. An infield single his first time up, and now splits the outfield here in the 5th inning.
Jacoby Ellsbury jumped on the first pitch his last at bat and hit a double down into the right field corner. Goes after the first pitch. What a play. And now they've got the base runner trapped between second and third. Lowry tags him out, goes to second. Double play! What an instinctive play by Brett Lowry again. Alvarez made a great fielding play, and we will check it all out when we come back to Rogers Center. Still scoreless. As well.
And that's what started this double play. Snares that ball and then runs the runner. Tries to get him back to second, but Scudero jukes him. Lowry makes the tag. The whole key to that play is he took the ball out of his glove and made the tag. Alvarez right here snares it. Scudero falls down. And watch when Lowry gets the ball. He gets the ball out of his glove, tags him, and that allows him to get the runner trying to get to second base. Just an instinctive play by Lowry and a interesting double play by the Blue Jays.
We have said that twice in a moment now. Brett Lowry with instincts of a veteran. Made two double plays there. That's an unusual scoring play. It's a fielder's choice. Jacoby Ellsbury. Scudero is out 1-5 on that play, and then Ellsbury trying to advance is out 1-6 at second. Mike McCoy hung in there and made a tough tag.
How about taking the ball out of his glove? If he has the ball in his glove and tags Scudero, he doesn't have time to take it out and then make the throw to second base. He takes it out, tags him, and in one motion flips to second for the double play.
Dwayne Wise shows bunt and bails out in a hurry. Alfredo Aceves in relief of Josh Beckett. We have not been updated on the injury to Beckett. Good change up there. Two and one. Bottom of the fifth inning, scoreless ball game. Aceves really has been a very valuable relief pitcher. Started with the Yankees and then signed as a free agent with the Red Sox. And boy, he has been a huge part of their success.
And he signed late with the Boston Red Sox. They signed him on February 9th. That's when teams are getting ready to go to spring training, and they were able to find him, sign him as a free agent. It's a guy who just a couple of years ago for the Yankees went 10-1 in 2009. Battled injuries the last year. Blows that one right by Dwayne Wise. But he has been valuable in that bullpen, giving Terry Francona innings.
Alfredo Aceves for his career is 23-3. And that's what you want from your reliever. Comes in the ball game and holds the opponents down and gives your offense a chance to score. Strikes out Wise. Turn the lineup over. Mike McCoy 1 for 2 so far. Kevin Youkilis in, expecting the bunt. See, Euclid even with the bag at third to guard against the possibility of a bunt. Now, this is why Aceves is so successful. He doesn't mess around. He throws strikes, keeps the pressure on the hitters.
Fastball is good at 93 miles an hour. He's got a breaking ball that he can use.
Came right back with another fastball.
He is coming right after him. Aceves pitched in the Mexican leagues when he was younger and actually was a starter in the minor leagues there, the Mexican leagues. Made 75 starts. He was signed by the Toronto Blue Jays as an international free agent in 2004. Excuse me, 2001. And then went to the Mexican leagues and got into all those games, 75 starts, 126 games, and that's when the Yankees pounced on him and signed him.
Good breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the fifth for Aceves.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Well, the pitchers have taken over this ball game. We are in the fifth scoreless game. These are two big, powerful offenses, and they've been shut down totally. Josh Beckett had 6 strikeouts before he left, and now Alfredo Aceves has a pair.
How does a guy like this go all the way to February before somebody signs him?
He was battling injuries, and everybody just was concerned how healthy he would be. But this is the one thing that encourages general managers, that you can rebuild a bullpen over the course of a winter. There are just enough of these guys around. If you do your homework and scout and follow some guys that have had success in the big leagues, you can rebuild the bullpen short term.
They get recycled a lot during the wintertime. Now, there wasn't anything wrong with Aceves' arm. The reason he was only limited to 10 games last year for the Yankees, he had a lower back problem.
But a lot of times that's more of a concern for pitchers than arm problems. Yeah, he's got good stuff and an easy delivery. Kind of lulls you to sleep with that smooth delivery and then pops the ball right by you.
You can see why he throws a lot of strikes. It's very compact delivery.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Fastball. Aceves strikes out the side in the fifth. We have played 5 innings. It's a scoreless game. runs until September 13th. Watch live coverage of the best leagues and competition from the world of soccer and rugby. Setanta Sports, the home of international sport. Contact your television service provider for more information. Labor Day Monday here at Rogers Center on a cool, cloudy day. The roof is wide open and certainly hints of fall in the air. Good turnout here to watch the first of 4 games against the Boston Red Sox. Red Sox a game and a half behind the New York Yankees in the AL West. It'll be Pedroia, Gonzalez, and Ortiz to bat here in the 6th inning. Henderson Alvarez, 13 straight scoreless innings. Fastball missed downstairs. Molina liked it.
He does a good job of keeping Alvarez aggressive. Caught him last game.
Bouncing ball. Lowry stays with it. What a play. Great reactions. He backhanded it, popped it into the air, and still had time to make a good, strong throw.
It's a tough play because it was an in-between hop to his backhand side, and he wasn't real sure if it was going to hit the dirt, or if it was going to hit a seam, or if it was going to hit the AstroTurf. He stays right with it, and the one thing you'll always get is the aggressiveness. The explosiveness from Lowry as he attacks that baseball. Watch where, not sure where it's going to come down, so you just have to backhand it, attack it, and makes the play.
Adrian Gonzalez takes a first pitch strike with 1 out. Well, there's that wicked 2-seamer. That's one of the better ones we've seen today. That started in the strike zone and broke all the way down and away.
That's the type of fastball that Alvarez had his last time out against Baltimore. Just exploding like that again. And he gets a good hitter. Second time that Gonzalez has gone down via strikeouts. His fastball to the plate, and it is diving.
Not only is he a good hitter, he's the leading hitter in the American League, and he has 2 strikeouts today. All of a sudden, that life has returned to the 2-seam fastball.
Still has him talking to himself. Talking to his teammates about that last pitch.
Gonzalez came into this game batting .340. Wants to get a better look at Alvarez, taking a closer look at him from the dugout. Ortiz lines it to left. Thames is right there. Big Papi hit it hard, but the Red Sox are retired in order. Came in relief of Josh Beckett. We have just been informed that Josh Beckett left the game with a sprained right ankle. And Aceves has been great. He struck out the side in the 5th. Bautista bounced it just wide of 3rd. Well, Kevin Youkilis, if he takes another step to his right, he's going to be in foul ground. He's really hugging the line over there. Now he backs up a little bit, but he's camped out on that 3rd base foul line.
You usually see that later in the game, next inning, in a scoreless ball game. No doubles.
There's that comeback two-seamer running inside, catches the inner half.
Again, because he was a starter, Aceves has multiple pitches out of that bullpen. Slider, a little bit of a curveball, that fastball with some giddy up on it.
Henderson Alvarez has been terrific, but his pitch count is closing in on 100. So Carlos Villanueva begins to loosen up. And obviously you want to be very protective of this man's arm. 21 years old, making just his 6th start in the big leagues, but he has shut down the Red Sox over 6 innings. Breaking ball, left field. Carl Crawford is there. Bautista was out on that front foot and just got fooled a bit by it.
Yeah, just didn't get everything behind it. Yesterday, the home run he hit says was the best swing he has put on a ball all season long. This time the curveball fools him. Watch how he floats forward just a little bit and catches it off the end of the bat.
That's very similar to the swing he took against Guillermo Moscoso in the 1-0 win over the Oakland A's. And he hit it out of the ballpark. He thought that ball was maybe going to be a double, but it carried out of the yard. That was the only run in that 1-0 win for Luis Perez.
This morning, the Blue Jays were taking batting practice here on the field. They opened up the roof and the ball started flying. So this makes what the pitchers have been doing this afternoon even more impressive. They were hitting balls in the 2nd deck, off the facing of the 3rd deck. I mean, with ease this morning.
Yeah, these are 2 very good hitting ball clubs, and the pitchers have had the upper hand. Ball and a strike to Adam Lind. Coming inside. Base hit into right field. Gonzalez waved his glove at it, but it was past him into right. 1-out single.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Edwin Encarnacion had an infield single his last time up. He's gone 1 for 2. Well, he had a tough series in New York. He was robbed of a couple of hits by Brett Gardner, the left fielder.
He covered a couple of pitches, but then was rewarded with it yesterday with a couple of bloops that found holes. They all even out, I think, over the course of a season.
Now, did you think that when you played?
Absolutely not. People kept telling me that. They said, oh, they'll even out. And I'm like, sure, I'm still waiting.
Veritek called Scudero in from shortstop. And I'm sure it's about how they're going to pitch to Encarnacion. Scudero looking back now, he's going to change his position a little bit. But Veritek, he doesn't miss a thing on the field, and he's going to make sure that he tells his shortstop that they've made some adjustments in their approach with Sevis in the game compared to Beckett the starter.
It might be, you know, we're going to pound fastballs in on Encarnacion, so the shortstop will pull over in that hole. They might have changed up and said we're going to go breaking ball or fastball away.
Bouncing ball. That'll take Pedroia right to the bag at second for one. Back to first. Double play. Encarnacion hits into the inning-ending double play. Aceves has been as good as Beckett. It looks like Alvarez, his afternoon is over. And you combine his last two starts from two American League East teams, the Orioles and the Red Sox. 14 innings. He hasn't allowed an earned run. He has 9 strikeouts, just 1 walk. That came this afternoon. But what a test for him today, and he certainly answered the test.
Yes, against Baltimore, they are a hot hitting team, but the Boston Red Sox are the best hitting team in the American League. So this was a big test against Boston, and he came right after him. 4 strikeouts. He's only given up 4 singles against the Boston Red Sox, and he attacked the strike zone. He used his pitches, used the changeup when he was behind. Henderson Alvarez is getting better and better every time he takes that mound.
So Carlos Villanueva will come into the ball game. Villanueva missed some time with a tender elbow. He is back and pitching again. Good to have him back. He's a very important part of this team, whether it's in the rotation or out of the bullpen.
They really felt the loss of him and John Roush when the Blue Jays were in Baltimore for that last series. Tough to take veteran pitchers out of your bullpen when they can help you out. Villanueva and Roush have been good since they've come back.
Villanueva was recalled from his medical rehab, reinstated on the 31st of August. This is his second appearance since he's rejoined the ball club. Missed with that high changeup, and it's 3-1. Quite an adjustment for the Red Sox hitters now after dealing with that hard two-seam fastball.
Villanueva, totally different type of pitcher. He's got all 4 pitches. He'll use them. He doesn't have the ability to really blow the fastball by you. He's got to pitch and make pitches. Doesn't walk too many batters, but has a leadoff walk here.
Leadoff walk starts the 7th. Carl Crawford. He had the other walk issued by Henderson Alvarez. Crawford looks at a pitch down. They mentioned earlier that the Red Sox were a team that will take their walks. And when they walk, they get 2 or more walks in a game. They're 29 games over 500. Ball and a strike.
You know what makes them so tough is they're #1 in the American League in the on-base percentage. thanks to those base on balls. They have the second most in the American League, but they're also number 1 in slugging percentage. That is a tough combination to deal with if you're the opposition.
Fouled off the catcher. 1-2. Well, they have great hitters. They have hitters that put the ball in play. They have hitters that hit with 2 strikes. And Adrian Gonzalez is the leading hitter in the American League. And they have power. Euclid has spent some time on the DL, but he still has 17 homers and 78 RBI. So when they get a guy on, they're just like the Yankees. You can't focus on 1 or 2 guys and think that if you shut them down, you'll win.
You make a mistake, and they've got extra base pop.
Crawford drives this to left and deep. Thames back, gets there and makes the catch. 1 out. With 1 out here in the 7th, and Euclid at first. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Yankees and Orioles, the starting pitchers in that ball game got chased early. Brian Mattis went 1 1/3 for the Orioles, gave up 5 earned runs. Freddie Garcia, 2 2/3, 9 hits. You mentioned how good the Orioles are hitting, and there's a great example of that. Garcia was charged with 7 earned runs in 2 2/3. Yankees have starting pitching concerns. Right now they have 2 guys they can count on, and one's a rookie.
Yeah.
Ivan Nova.
Yeah, the playoffs are a lot different than the regular season.
Josh Reddick singles into right. Bautista thinking about making a throw. Euclid jogs into second.
He was thinking about throwing possibly to first base or to second base because the ball was hit right at him by Reddick. Always thinking about a way to help his ball club. This ball right at Bautista, so it's on a dead sprint. He's coming in. He's looking to first and then third base and thinks better of it.
Well, that's not a bad idea. When you see a line drive coming to you in right, the base runner, Euclid, has to make sure it's not caught. But it was so far in front of Bautista when it hit the ground, Euclid read it perfectly. So Jason Varitek will step in. He's 0 for 2 with the strikeout. Changeup. Molina has used that changeup against Varitek all afternoon.
Trying to get him to get the ball on the ground. That upset that timing. Varitek has 10 home runs this year and 200 at bats.
Sharply hit. Lynn bobbles it. He's going to have time to get Varitek, but boy, that was a tailor-made double play ball. Chance to get out of the inning. And the runners will move up to second and third. Euclid at third. Reddick at second.
Looks like he got ahead of himself just a little bit. Before he can close that glove, it rolls up his fingers. And then the only play he has is at first base. Tailor-made just slightly to his right as he flows into the play. Just doesn't look it into the glove, and they can only get 1.
2 outs, second and third. Marco Scudero has a couple of hits. If you can hear the Jets over Rogers Center, it is Labor Day. The great Toronto Air Show is going on. And you're going to hear more Jets throughout the rest of this ball game, so don't be alarmed by that. It's all part of the Labor Day weekend celebration. 2 outs. Molina going to talk about this next pitch. Dwayne Wise is awfully shallow in center. Last time up, Scudero hit a ball to the gap in right center that went all the way to the wall.
They're shading him over to right field. You're right. He is shallow, trying to take anything in front of him away from him. Scudero has that type of power. He can hit the ball from gap to gap.
So Villanueva and Molina, they're set on their plan of attack. Oh, and 2 outs. Breaking ball skips off the glove of Molina. No sign on that pitch, and it's something these two ball clubs are always protective of, not allowing a base runner at second to relay location or pitch. Let's see if they put together a 2-pitch plan.
Yeah, they went out there, and that's why it was so long. Molina was out there for a long time, going over what he and Molina and Villanueva want to do. And now Villanueva steps off.
On the ground, Mike McCoy has it. The first in time. The inning is over. Red Sox strand 2 more. Villanueva gets out of it. Middle of the 7th, still scoreless. PD front and center for a great pitcher's duel. A scoreless game here, bottom of the 7th inning. And it's a cool afternoon in Toronto. The roof is open. Kelly Johnson will start things off against Alfredo Aceves. Aceves has been as effective as Beckett was before Beckett left the ball game. Beckett left with an apparent sprained right ankle. Casey Jansen starts to loosen up for the Blue Jays. Remember, Carlos Villanueva is fresh off the disabled list, so they want to push him too far.
And they have said that. They're not going to give him multiple innings, no matter how easy it is. Last time they were thinking maybe 25 at the most, 30 pitches his last time out, and they're not going to have him go back-to-back days.
Fouls back. John Farrell back in the dugout where he wants to be. He was away from the ball club for 10 days, and he is still feeling the effects of the battle with pneumonia. Said he's getting stronger all the time.
Strength is not there, he said. At times feels weak, tired. But it's good to see him back in that dugout.
You know, as a player, both you and I understand how difficult it is to be away from the team. You want to be part of it. You want to be there to contribute. And when you're unable to be in that dugout, it's tough. 2-2 to Johnson. Drilled into shallow center, and that's caught by Scudero. Ball may have jammed Johnson. It didn't carry, and Scudero was able to make the catch. 1 out.
When it left the bat, it looked like it had a chance to make it into the outfield for a leadoff hit. But Aceves, a little bit too much fastball, gets in on Kelly Johnson. And with the the infield playing deep, he's able to run it down for the first out. Aceves is on a nice little roll right now. His last 16 appearances, an ERA of 1.6.
And you can bet he appreciates being in this pennant race. His former team, the Yankees, lead the division, but boy, an opportunity to sign with the Red Sox had to be something he really looked forward to. Red Sox did a great job of rebuilding their bullpen in the offseason. Aceves, Dan Wheeler, Bobby Jenks all coming in from the outside.
About the job Mount Alvarez has done for him, giving him some innings out there. Dan Wheeler. They now picked up Franklin Morales, a left-hander who had some closing experience with the Colorado Rockies.
Popped back out of play. Yeah, they have done a nice job. And you talk about Tampa Bay rebuilding their bullpen. I think Blue Jays are going to be in a similar mode in this offseason. Trying to identify their needs and how they're going to shore up things and close the gap between the front 3 teams in this division and themselves. 2 balls and a strike. Just barely got him out of the way of that fastball.
Building a bullpen is not as easy as it sounds. You know, you don't just go out there and make an offer and the guy signs with you. It's all about supply and demand. Every year there seems to be a lot of turnover, and you might want to sign Aceves, but 6 other teams might want to sign him also. You have a budget for your bullpen.
Lurie takes a walk with 1 out. The play of the game brought to you by RogersOnDemand.com. Watch the Jays live from anywhere, online or on the go with RogersOnDemand.com.
Back in the 5th inning, you might not see a more interesting double play by the Blue Jays. Stabbed by Alvarez. He gets the rundown between 2nd and 3rd of Scudero, and then quickly gets it to Brett Lurie, who makes the tag, and then the heads-up play to get that back runner Ellsbury. That's 2 times this week that we have seen Brett Lurie make a sweet double play.
Lurie has a steal this afternoon.
He got back easy.
Aceves hasn't had a base runner caught while he's on the mound. Base stealers are 5 for 5 with Aceves pitching.
He can take a little bit bigger lead because he got back so easily.
Molina on the ground. Scudero to 2nd. Pedroia back to 1st. Plenty of time. Double play. 2nd double play since Aceves has come into the ball game. Scudero quickly to Pedroia, and that's the end of the 7th case. Sharp Facebook page. An opportunity to win some great prizes. Quite a ball game going on here this afternoon as the pitchers have had their way with the hitters. Casey Jansen will come on to work the 8th inning. Carlos Villanueva pitched a very effective 7th.
And now it's up to the bullpens. Casey Jansen, now 46 games this year Jansen has pitched in. His ERA is at 2.17. He had a career high 16 2/3 innings pitched, consecutive innings without allowing a run. That was snapped back on August the 30th. He has come in, he has thrown strikes. He's got a very good 3-to-1 walk to strikeout ratio. His cut fastball has shown marked improvement this year.
Jacoby Ellsbury leading off the 8th. Ellsbury is the batter that hit the ball back to Henderson Alvarez that started that very unusual double play in the 5th. Ball on the strike. That's a foul ball. When dove for it, it was under his glove, and that fan dove for it as well. She too missed it.
Yeah. 0 for 2.
That's really a hot shot.
Lynn right on the line. He misses it. The fan a little excited to get that baseball. Takes a tumble. Adam Lynn right on that line. He doesn't want any doubles to get by him.
Ellsbury very capable of that. He has 37 doubles with his double in the 3rd inning here this afternoon. Backdoor cutter. That's the pitch you've talked about. That has really been an asset for Jansen this year.
To the left-handers, he has used it with a lot of success. Lefties hitting .220 against Casey because he's been able to go inside early in the count and then freeze a lot of left-handed batters by going away, backdooring it. They give up on it.
Jacoby Ellsbury has had a career offensive season. 37 doubles, 10 more doubles than he's ever hit in the season. His previous high in home runs was 9. This year he has 24. And he's also picked up a career high 85 RBI.
Yeah, that's what's impressive. 85 RBIs for a leadoff hitter. Now, at the beginning of the season, he hit down in the order. And he stayed hot, and Terry Francona moved him up to that leadoff spot. He scored 98 runs. And he's played flawless defense for him. I think you have to throw him into the MVP mix this year.
He played in just 18 games a year ago because of a couple of different rib injuries. 2-2. Popped up and out of play. I think the Red Sox made a big mistake in 2010. After Ellsbury hit a career high 300. He had 70 steals. Played great in center field. They went out and brought in Mike Cameron and said, Jacoby, you're now our left fielder. I think that was the wrong message. I would have left him right in center.
Sure.
Ask Cameron to play left. You have your young guy, and Coco Crisp had been on the team, and Ellsbury kind of tipped his cap and said, okay, Coco is probably better than me right now. But I think he was discouraged and disappointed when Cameron came in, and then he was asked to move to left.
Was that a chain reaction to the Red Sox losing Jason Bay? And they said, well, we got to get somebody to play the outfield. And so they couldn't find an everyday left fielder.
I think he would have been better off to ask Mike Cameron to play left and leave Ellsbury there, because who's going to be there for the long term?
This guy right here. He's your guy.
Yep.
But you know what? To their credit, they rectified the situation. They went out and got Carl Crawford and put Ellsbury back in center field, and look what's happened.
Yeah. And I think Crawford's just going to grow from this year. First year playing outdoors in April and May in the Northeast. Took Carl Crawford a while to get going. But I think it's a perfect fit. How about Casey Janssen after a long battle? He strikes out Jacoby Ellsbury. 1 out here in the 8th. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Jesus Montero is a much different player right now than he was when we saw him in the spring. He's dropped a lot of weight and he's swinging the bat pretty well. Dustin McGowan takes the first pitch, strike. That strikeout was a 10-pitch battle that Casey Janssen won with Jacoby Ellsbury. Pedroia lifts it into right. Easy play for Bautista. 2 outs here in the 8th. Talk about comforts. Feet up, sitting back. Pitchers have shut down the offense, and Casey Janssen, what a season he's had. 4-0.
He's a former starter also, so he's got 4 pitches that he can use to get you out. He can throw multiple innings if he has to.
Adrian Gonzalez hits it on the line. Bautista has it go off his glove. Gonzalez around first. He's headed for second, and he'll stop there with 2 outs. Gonzalez jumped on the first pitch from Janssen. Bautista looked like he might have got a late read off of this, as this ball is shot to the gap in right center.
It looks like he had a beat on it. Gonzalez smokes the first pitch. It looked like a cutter on the inside part. There's Bautista just a little bit. It still looked like he had time to make the play, but when he reaches up, the ball goes away from him right off of his glove. It'll go as an extra base hit, another double for Gonzalez. Initially fooled on that ball.
It looked like he just had a little trouble picking it up because he didn't get a good break right off the crack of the bat. But you're right, he got to it. Just had it hit off his glove. So Molina's out to talk to Janssen. They got a little room to work here. They've got a base open, and they're not going to mess around. They're just going to put Ortiz on with the intentional walk.
Playing the percentages here. David Ortiz, you talked about him being hot in one of those grooves. And this is the thing about this Boston Red Sox lineup. If you choose to walk this guy, there's a good RBI man right behind him.
Kevin Youkilis is the batter on deck. John Farrell always plays percentages and matchups, and not only is Ortiz hot, but Youkilis is just 1 for 9 against Casey Janssen. So he's going with the percentages. Puts Casey Janssen in a good spot. Gives him a right-handed hitter, Youkilis. And Youkilis has but 1 hit in 9 at-bats.
And now the meeting on the mound to go over what they want to do with Youkilis. His best pitch, Casey Janssen's, is that cutter down and away. Kevin Youkilis has the ability to take that pitch and hook it.
First and second, 2 outs. There you talk about Youkilis hooking it. Janssen busts him inside with the fastball. Janssen's aware of his success against Youkilis, and Kevin Youkilis is aware of Janssen's dominance. Now this is a battle. You can see Laurie well off the line at third. Popped him up. Molina back near the screen. And it'll be behind the screen and out of play. Jansen was right there, knowing how important that out would be. He was there to help Molina. Watch Jansen. The ball goes up. Sometimes defenders lose the ball.
And momentarily, Molina didn't know where it was, so Casey Jansen's going to hustle over there and help him out just a little bit.
You could hear Jansen holler up just to give Molina an idea to look up, see if he could locate it. But it was behind the screen, out of play.
Adrian Gonzalez, the runner at second base, needs a big secondary lead to score on a sharp single to the outfield.
1-2. 5-3 call. There's that cut fastball. This time it's on the inside corner. Casey Jansen continues to dominate Kevin Youkilis. Youkilis now 1 for 10 against the Blue Jays right-hander. Strikeout ends the top half of the 8th. Now it's time. September 29th, featuring stunning photography and in-depth analysis from Canada's top sports journalists, including Shai Davidi, Michael Grange, and Mark Spector. Be the first to get it. Subscribe today at sportsnet.ca/magazine.
You can't throw a finer pitch than Casey Jansen's last pitch. How about this from up top? A very good run producer. And look where this one is. Right on the corner. And at the knees to get Kevin Youkilis. Beautiful pitch.
Dwayne Wise takes a first pitch strike. Wise trying to run his way on. He's struck out twice this afternoon. Wise has a home run against Alfredo Aceves. Fouls that pitch off.
Yeah, we'll take that, but with his speed and his base running ability, just get on any way you can. Take that ball the other way. I like his idea about trying to bunt there to get something started.
Fouled off the catcher's mask. He stays alive. Tom Cheek, media guide on the 30th anniversary season. He touched us all, and there he did. And Chip, we want to remind you about voting for Tom Cheek for the Ford C. Frick Award, Baseball Hall of Fame. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dwayne Wise trying to get something going here in the 8th. It's a scoreless ball game. Fouls it into the glove of Veritek. Go back a couple of pitches in this last at bat. Watch the foul ball off the bat of Wise. It's going to hit that extension of Veritek's mask that was headed right towards his throat. And it certainly served the purpose right there. You can see how that bar extends below the padding of that mask, and that protects the Adam's apple.
Remember the day when they didn't have that? They didn't have that little extension.
Yeah, that's certainly been a great improvement in the catcher's equipment. But you can see that extension, and there's his throat right underneath there, and that ball looked like it was headed right for his throat. Ball and a strike to Mike McCoy. McCoy has a stolen base this afternoon. Blue Jays have 4 steals, but they haven't been able to capitalize. Takes the ball. The Red Sox are 0 for 6 this afternoon with runners in scoring position. The Blue Jays are 0 for 5.
Blue Jays have left 5 runners on base through the first 4 innings this afternoon. And double play has been a big part of the Red Sox defense the last few innings.
Breaking ball, 3-1. This is Aceves' first outing in 4 days, so he's well rested and pitching very well. McCoy will take the 1-out walk. Veritek out to check on his pitcher, and he said, okay, I'm all right. I got plenty left. You get this deep in the ball game, you feel like this is your game now. It's scoreless. Daniel Bard, a flame-throwing right-hander, is loosening up.
Just in case he gets into problem, but you're right with Aceves. He still has plenty of fastball. This is his 4th inning of work. He has done that the most times in the big leagues this year, 4+ innings out of the bullpen.
Thrown 51 pitches. Eric Thames waits on number 52.
Center cut a fastball right here. Look for it on the first pitch. Might be trying to get ahead, thinking that McCoy might try and steal. Make sure it's down.
Aceves has made 4 starts for the Red Sox this season, so he is stretched out. He's thrown 98 pitches on a couple of different occasions. His longest relief outing, 4 2/3, back on May 6th against the Twins. He threw 67 pitches in that game. So he's been down this road before. Eric Thames takes a high one. Remember, we mentioned that Aceves has not had a base runner thrown out stealing all season long.
That's why Eric Thames might see his share of fastballs in this at bat right here. Give Jason Veritek a chance to throw that runner out if they decide to steal.
Veritek has thrown out 9 of 58 trying to steal. The man is on deck. McCoy's on the go. Throw from Beckett in the dirt. Second steal from McCoy, fifth on the afternoon for the Blue Jays.
And a 2-0 count to Eric Thames. This ball is out of the zone. And just not enough to get McCoy. It's high and away. Beckett short hops Scudero. One down, a man in scoring position again for the Blue Jays. McCoy's only been caught twice this year.
McCoy looking to the outfield to make sure he knows where the defense is. Should there be a ball hit, checking on the positioning of the outfielders.
You're going to have to read it because they cover a lot of ground and they've got very good arms.
High strike. Thames thought that one was up all the way.
He's been calling that high strike. There's Jacoby Ellsbury again. No errors this year. He's got 6 outfield assists. Carl Crawford only has 1 assist, but he can cover some ground.
Riddick in right has 4 assists, playing in just his 35th start out in right field. Again, taking too much time, and obviously we are in the 8th inning of a scoreless game. Nobody wants to make a mistake.
Just to make sure they want to do the right thing. What do they want to throw here with a runner in scoring position, a lefty at the plate? Terry Francona certainly wants his players to all be on the same page.
I gotta believe this is the last batter for Aceves, with Bautista on deck and Bard ready in the bullpen.
Agreed.
Thames fouls it back. It's 2-2. Daniel Bard just standing by. He is loose and ready to come into this game if needed. Two and two.
Just in case. You see Marco Scudero with the left-handed batter at the plate. He is able to stand right behind Mike McCoy and jockey him a little bit so he doesn't get that good secondary lead.
McCoy took off for third just in case, but he'll go back to second as Thames is hit by a pitch. Bautista started to the plate, and Terry Francona pops out of the dugout, and he's called for Daniel Bard. He's got a big arm to come in and face a big bat in a scoreless game. Aceves did a great job coming in and keeping the Blue Jays off the board, but he hits Eric Thames, and Terry Francona will turn things over to Daniel Bard. So the pregame show starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time. The Jays on Sportsnet, Rogers Sportsnet, and the Red Sox Blue Jays. And how about the left-handed matchup? John Lester and Luis Perez. Perez 3-2 in his season. John Lester looking for his 15th win. So another tough starter for the Blue Jays to face. Right now it's a tough reliever. Daniel Bard did not pitch in the Texas series over the weekend.
60 games this year, which is tied for the 8th most in the American League. And you know what you're going to get from Bard. Everything is hard. Hard fastball, hard breaking ball. Bard as in hard. He's hit triple digits before with his fastball. And this is what they all come to see right here. Power versus power.
First and second, one out. Bautista 0 for 5 against Bard. Cuts on the first pitch. It pops it into right. Reddick with a long run gets there and makes the catch. Bautista looking for that first pitch fastball, and Bard gets him to pop up.
And he got it too. And he was just a little tardy on that ball. Reddick was playing very deep in right field and pulled into the gap thinking that Bautista was going to pull that pitch. So he had a long way to go to run that one down.
Bard's got a great arm. Many people believe he's the heir apparent to the closer's role in Boston once Papelbon leaves, and he's a free agent at the end of this season.
He's got 2 above average pitches. The explosive fastball, and it's free and easy too. It really gets on you. And his breaking ball is pretty good too. It sweeps. And he gets great torque on it and gets a lot of strikeouts from his breaking ball.
The Red Sox weren't really sure what they had in Daniel Bard until they made a couple of slight mechanical adjustments. And boy, since then he has been lights out.
And it was John Farrell who made those suggestions. His hands out of that stretch position, he used to come down to his belt. And now he holds them out in front of him. The whole idea was to get the ball out of the glove quicker. Take advantage of that great arm. He used to not be able to throw strikes consistently.
In his first year in the minor leagues, he was at Greenville in A-ball. He was a starter, made 17 starts. He walked 56 and struck out 38. And now those numbers are dramatically reversed.
Very inconsistent with his breaking ball. Couldn't throw 2 pitches in a row at the same spot. And it's funny how you make one mechanical adjustment and everything comes together for you.
And if you don't have a visionary like John Farrell looking at the big picture and maybe sorting some things out, maybe they give up on it. Maybe he never makes that adjustment.
Oh, I think they definitely would have used him as trade bait.
96 with the heater.
He came in here in Toronto after he made that adjustment and had a huge day. I think he struck out 5 batters in 3 innings. And the Red Sox on that day, especially John Farrell, they knew they had something special in Daniel Bard.
The Toronto Air Show going on overhead, and Adam Lynn was asking for a little quieter atmosphere. 1 and 2, 2 outs. Wicked slider down and in. Bard comes in and puts out the foul. Daniel Bard comes in and gets the meat of the order. He got Bautista to pop up and strikes out Lynn. Big breaking ball from Bard. Fans, you can enjoy the rest of the 2011 season with that bat for your BlackBerry, iPad, or iPhone. Listen to live radio broadcasts and receive batter-by-batter information for every game. At-Bat 2011 allows you to customize the app to receive Blue Jays specific news and alerts. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. Frank Francisco comes into this scoreless game to start the ninth.
12 for 14 in save opportunities this year. He needs to keep it right here and see if the Blue Jays can win it in the bottom of the ninth.
Carl Crawford drives it to center. What a catch by Dwayne Wise. Boy, he stayed with it. And that ball kept slicing away from him, but he never gave up. That was 2, maybe 3 for sure with Crawford's speed.
Well, you know, you've got 2 with that speed. It's probably third base, nobody out. But Dwayne Wise you talked about him playing a very shallow center field. This time he runs into the left field gap and takes away extra bases. Full all-out effort. And a big first out here in the ninth. Frank Francisco loves it.
Josh Reddick 1 for 3 this afternoon. Reddick drives this one down the right side. Bautista can't get to it. It goes past him up against the wall. Reddick will stop at second as Bautista gets it back to second base. His second hit.
Trevor Bacon ball his last time up in the right field for a base hit, and I think he breaks his bat on this one. Francisco gets in his kitchen, but he's able to muscle the ball to right field. Bautista's thinking about making it 2 plays in a row by the outfield, where Wisely gets it back in. This is the play again by Dwayne Wise. He's playing straight away in center field, because you don't know where Carl Crawford's going to hit the ball. He can pull it into the gap or he can slice it. And after that double by Reddy, you can see how important that catch was.
Well, Wise got a great jump on that ball and utilized his great speed. Reddick with his 15th double is in scoring position for the catcher Jason Varitek. Varitek 0 for 3. Strike. Got that split finger pitch down in the bottom of the zone.
That's the pitch that he has been getting over. And he's got a little bit more on his fastball. He is not allowed to run in his last 14 appearances. That's how well he has been pitching out of the bullpen for the Blue Jays. Fastball, splitter, an occasional curveball.
Yeah, you'd hate to see him use that curveball in this situation. He hasn't thrown it much recently. Ball and a strike. Left that curveball up in the zone there. But he hasn't used it an awful lot. His fastball's been very good.
We talk about that a lot, about getting beat by your third pitch. And his curveball's his third pitch. He's a fastball split guy. That's why he can get those strikeouts.
Varitek didn't like the call. Two and two.
Going to strike all afternoon for both sides. A high strike. Right on the corner.
Good fastball. 95 with the heater.
That That's his best pitch, so let's use it. That time, at 95 miles an hour, throws it right by him.
Francisco did not pitch in New York. He last worked on Thursday afternoon and had a 1-2-3 ninth inning. Picked up his 12th save. Marco Scudero with 2 hits this afternoon takes a first pitch strike. Scudero is 0 for 7 against Frank Francisco. Cross up. And that was a strike, but Molina got crossed up and he barely got a glove on it.
Wow.
You can see that ball hit off his glove and then hits him on the top of the left leg.
I agree with you. That pitch was a strike.
Yeah, it was a strike, but because he was fooled, umpire didn't get a real good look at it. Papelbon standing ready down in the Red Sox bullpen.
It looks like the Blue Jays are using multiple signs and they're changing things, so Francisco didn't get the memo that time.
It's the 5th of September.
How many times has Molina gone out there?
Yeah. You should have the signs down by now, but Molina, all he's doing right now is trying to get the feeling back in his leg.
I think they're changing them. Every inning they're changing them. Jose's been in the game the whole day, and Francisco, this is his first inning. Again, watch this again. It clips the plate. It's a strike, but because he can't catch it, the umpire appears to him that it's a ball.
Boy, that really hit Molina hard. 1-1, 2 outs. Outside. Boy, that one lack of communication really put the Blue Jays in a tough spot. If Molina catches that ball cleanly, it's 0-2. And it was clearly a strike. It wasn't even over the corner. It was over the outer quarter of the plate.
And it was plenty high.
This ball is hit to left field. Thames back, makes the catch. The inning is over. The Red Sox strand another base runner. Blue Jays will bat the bottom of the ninth. Edwin Encarnacion with 15 homers. He'll lead it off. Kelly Johnson, the left-hander, and Brett Lawrie scheduled to bat bottom of the ninth. Red Sox just 4 hits. He extended his scoreless inning string to 14 innings going back to the start in Baltimore. He walked just 1 batter. And he is having a good time here this afternoon. Why would you go inside and miss any of this action?
Yeah, don't take a shower and sit there and watch it on TV. Stay out here and be part of it.
Edwin Encarnacion. Daniel Bard came into the ball game and got the final 2 outs of the 8th inning. He popped up Bautista, then struck out Adam Lynn.
You know, that's a nasty breaking ball right there from Bard to a right-hander. You have to respect his fastball because it's so hard. He starts spinning that bad boy up to you. That's when you start to see a lot of strikeouts.
Cut to that fastball. That's a wicked combination. You know you've got to speed your bat up to catch up to the fastball, and then Bard drops that breaking ball and you're way out in front.
And that's why you see a lot of right-handers. You know, the front shoulder opens up just a little bit. The lower half is exposed. And he'll pick up those strikeouts. He leads the American League in holds with 31.
Breaking ball. Second strikeout for Bard.
Yeah, so you say, here's the breaking ball again to get Encarnacion. You say, okay, right-handers have trouble with him. We'll take that breaking ball away from him, and the lefties will have their no problem with him. Well, sorry, lefties hitting just .203 against him.
Kelly Johnson is a good fastball hitter. 1 out. Goes out for the first pitch and hits it high. Ellsbury in center field, right on the warning track. Two down.
Tried to elevate that fastball to Kelly Johnson, but he gets to it. Outfielders are playing deep, no doubles over their heads. Johnson thinks he has extra bases, but Ellsbury plays a good center field, just runs it down. We're in the warning track in center field.
Brett Laurie batting with 2 outs. Hard fastball with tailing action away from Laurie.
Is he challenging him here with a fastball? This is his first at bat versus Daniel Bard.
Going away. Little tapping. And Bard will have a 1-2-3 9th inning. We will go to extra innings in a scoreless game. The Jays are 10-4 in extra inning games. games tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, all starting at 7:07 Eastern Time. Call the Blue Jays directly for tickets at 416-341-1234. Log on to BlueJays.com, or you can always pick up tickets when you stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Kids are having a good time here today. It's Labor Day. You know why they're having such a good time today? Because they know school starts tomorrow. We are in the 10th. We mentioned Blue Jays 10-4 in extra inning games. The Red Sox 5-3. Frank Francisco in his second inning. Jacoby Ellsbury, Dustin Pedroia, Adrian Gonzalez, the scheduled hitters for the Red Sox. Ball and a strike. Good fastball in a good spot.
He had the 3 days off. Did Francisco. Has pitched in Baltimore, and you can see when he's got that type of rest, his ball explodes to home plate. Had a very quick inning, last inning.
Splitter. Lindwell tossed to Francisco. Ellsbury's retired.
Just a 12-pitch inning last inning, and that's why he is able to come out here for his second inning. Normally John Farrell wants to just get one inning from his closer. But because he's had 3 days off, he had that easy inning, he gets to come back out for the 10th.
Second baseman Dustin Pedroia. Pulled that fastball way out of the strike zone. Adrian Gonzalez on deck. Gonzalez has a double in 4 at bats. Ball and a strike. Francisco has matched his season high in innings. The third time he's gone 1 1/3. So most he has pitched in an outing this season. His highest pitch outing was 27 pitches. That came in just a third of an inning during interleague play against the Astros. They cuffed him around. Scored 3 runs in just a third of an inning. Pedroia strikes out.
.95 miles an hour, and watch where it is. Right over the top as he hits the glove of Jose Molina. Didn't even have to move it. Watch Molina just frame it. Second strikeout for Francisco.
So now this is the longest Francisco has worked this season. Adrian Gonzalez trying to give the Red Sox a lead with 1 swing of the bat.
The longest in his career that he has worked is 2 2/3. That was back in 2007.
Top of the 10th inning. Red Sox have had 7 hits. Blue Jays just 4. jet you hear overhead, that's the snowbirds winding up the air show. Right, Toronto Air Show in its final day over the Labor Day weekend. 10th inning. Frank Francisco in his second inning of work. Three and one. David Ortiz is on deck. And just like the Yankees, the Red Sox have a deep and potent lineup.
Yeah, you have to keep battling your way through it. Now the count goes to 3-1 on Gonzalez. I've been watching the outfielders. They're taking a few steps back, respecting the power of Gonzalez. No extra bases. Deep. You can see how deep Thames and Bautista are on the corners.
That split finger pitch is up and out of the zone, and Gonzalez will take the 2-out walk. Jonathan Papelbon continues to throw a pitch about every 3 or 4 pitches that Francisco throws just to stay loose. Obviously, if the Red Sox take the lead, he will be in the game. Mike Aviles, the former Royal, has come on to pinch run here in this situation. Running for Adrian Gonzalez. Red Sox picked up some veteran players to bolster their roster. Gonzalez leaves the game in favor of the pinch runner.
Aviles can steal you a base too. He is 14 for 16 in stolen bases this season. Terry Francona was talking about that the other day after one of their games, that they didn't realize what a good base runner he is. So he comes in representing the go-ahead run for Boston.
Ortiz looks at one down and in. Aviles has played 21 games, now 22 for the Red Sox since coming over. He was acquired in a trade from Kansas City on the 30th of July for Yamaiko Navarro. Snap throw to first, and Aviles is back. That would really kind of ruin your day as a pinch runner if you got picked off at first, wouldn't it?
Extra innings in a scoreless game. But this would be interesting if he did try to steal, because they've got that shift on, and the shortstop's going to have to cover. There'd be nobody at third.
Laurie in right field throws Ortiz out, and that'll do it. The inning is over. The Red Sox leave another base runner. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Phone now available for all Rogers customers. Sign up today at RogersOnDemand.com. Jonathan Papelbon, the closer, coming into a game. This is something unusual. You don't see this a lot, where a manager will bring the closer in and tie a game in extra innings on the road.
For the way they have their bullpen set up, this is unusual. When you're on the road, you usually get your bullpen to try and get you to the bottom of the inning so you can bring your closer in with the lead. But Terry Francona, because he hasn't worked in 5 days, looks like they want to get him in here and try and win it. Maybe he's thinking about 2 innings from Papelbon.
And Francisco gets a attaboy for a job well done. Mike Aviles stays into the ball game. He will take over defensively at third, and with that, Kevin Youkilis moves from third base to first base, taking over for Adrian Gonzalez. The Red Sox bullpen got abused over the weekend. 2 of their key pitchers pitched twice in the games. Michael Bowden and Matt Alberts both had extended outings in 2 of those 3 games, so they're probably not available this afternoon. Jonathan Papelbon and Molina looking fastball, got it. Jose Molina has gone 0 for 3 this afternoon. We mentioned the Blue Jays with just 4 hits. Two.
Papelbon comes right after you.
Yeah, this is a little bit of good news, bad news. The good news is you got Daniel Bard out of the game.
Bad news is you get Papelbon.
46 games against the Blue Jays, 27 saves and a 1.79 ERA.
He has had 1 blown save in his career versus Toronto in those 46 games. 1. Fastball splitter.
One and 2. Driven down the right side, but that'll slice out of play. You saw Frank Francisco get congratulations for a job well done. His outing will be over. Sean Kemp starting to loosen up. Francisco went a season-high 2 innings and did a heck of a job. Picked up a couple of strikeouts, allowed just the double to Josh Reddick. Way outside. 2 and 2. The Blue Jays have some options should Molina get on base. They can use Woodward to pinch run. They can use Tian. They can probably even use Yunel Escobar. Bouncing ball in there. Bounce past Aviles, and Molina is aboard.
Well, we'll get to find out what they have in mind. John Farrell certainly was thinking about this before he singled into left field. They have 3 catchers on their roster now. That they brought up Ryan Girolamo. Escobar is not an option as Molina sends one into left field. Aviles just into the ball game, and in between, Tricky Hop bounces over his glove. Jose Molina comes out of this game and is now taken over by Chris Woodward.
Chris Woodward was recalled from AAA Las Vegas after Escobar injured his hand in New York. Red Sox expect to bunt. Mike Aviles way in front of the bag at third.
Ideally, you'd like to get this ball down on the right side of the infield because Youkilis has to hold that runner.
Papelbon just holding the baseball.
Yeah, he is trying to see if the Blue Jays are going to
Commit.
If Wise is going to commit to show what he's going to do. But to his credit, Dwayne Wise just stayed in the box. Didn't tip his hand.
Wise takes a strike. Squared to bunt. Papelbon busted him inside, caught the inside corner.
First thing you want to do when you're bunting is get a strike, and that's a high strike. Pitchers are going to try and bust you up and in, trying to get you to pop that ball up.
Wise bunts right through it. 0-2.
See where that pitch was? Another high strike by Papelbon at 95 miles an hour. It's tough to get that ball down on the ground when it's right at the top of the strike zone. As a hitter, excuse me, Buck, you say, well, should I bunt at it? I could pop it up. If I take it, it's probably a strike.
Very difficult to get on top of it and bunt it on the ground. 0-2. Woodward at first. He bunts it foul and strikes out.
And that's what happened when you throw a high fastball. Watch again. 3 pitches, all of them up. And it's very tough to get that ball on the ground. So it'll go as a strikeout for Jonathan Papelbon.
Mike McCoy. McCoy singled in his first at bat. He walked in the 8th. Throws that ball away. Woodward will get up and go to second base. Youkilis retrieves it. And Woodward was thinking about going around the bag. There's nobody covering the middle of the diamond, so he is now in scoring position. And Papelbon, after striking out Wise, makes an error. Throws the ball away at first.
Thinking that something might be on. And watch where the ball goes. Woodward's thinking about third, but when it hit down the right field line, the ball didn't go anywhere. Just stopped. And that allows Youkilis to go ahead and get it. Watch it as it hit, and it just sits there. If that hits and ricochets down the right field line, Woodward's on third.
Looked like it hit in the corner of that auxiliary scoreboard and then just stayed right down there. Woodward knew that if this bounces, he's got a chance to go first to third, but Youkilis got on it quickly. So now, after the air, Mike McCoy has been called back to the bench. Mark Teahan comes on to pinch hit with a runner in scoring position.
Playing the percentages, lefty versus righty. With the runner on base.
Teahan is 1 for 3 against Papelbon, but a much more experienced hitter than McCoy.
He put up some good at-bats against CC Sabathia in New York. Went the other way. Looped a double into left field and then singled to left field also.
Eric Thames on deck. The outfielders for the Red Sox are shallow, and they throw well and they charge the ball well. They all are very quick.
Kobe Ellsbury very shallow in center field. Chris Woodward's going to have to read that.
Ball and a strike. Blue Jays can win it right here. We're in the 10th inning. The Jays for the season 10-4 in extra inning games. For the season, with the White Sox, had 21 pinch hit at bats, just 4 hits, but he had a home run. He's 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter for the Blue Jays. Chris Woodward, the pinch runner, came in for Jose Molina after Molina singled to start the inning. Mark Teahen pinch hitting for Mike McCoy. Off the plate outside.
Any base hit to the outfield, Brian Butterfield, the third base coach, is going to be watching where the ball is hit. If it's directly at one of the outfielders, he can't score Woodward because they throw too well. They're too good of an athlete. But if any of those outfielders have to move left or right, that's going to be an indicator for him to go ahead and try and score that run. Much tougher to throw home when you are moving away from the plate.
Now, anytime you have an outfielder moving directly toward home plate, fielding the ball, that's when you really have to make a quick decision.
Yeah, remember where you are in the lineup, and those are the keys that the third base coach will be looking for on any ball to the outfield.
Papelbon and Veritek. It's not like they haven't worked together before. Inning, game on the line. Jonathan Papelbon in his first inning of work. Good cut, foul back. Daniel Bard retired all 5 batters he faced. He came in with 1 out in the 8th inning at a 1-2-3 9th inning. Henderson Alvarez was the starter for the Blue Jays. Another terrific start for the 21-year-old. 6 innings of 4 hits, shutout ball. He walked 1 and struck out 4. Keep him coming.
There's a few more down there, and we might see him the last couple weeks of the season.
Full count. Eric Thames is on deck. Jose Bautista in the hole. It doesn't matter who you are or where you play. When you get a well-pitched game from your starter, you're in the game.
It just sets up everything. Sets up your bullpen, sets up your offense the whole way. Mark Teahen, look at him. He's choking up now with a count 3-2 at the plate. Just to get a little bit more back control against Papelbon. He was up on that handle.
Martin will take a walk.
Now Eric Thames has got to be telling himself, get the ball down. Applebaum against the lefties. That ball is sliding up. They have pitched him up all afternoon. He has got to discipline himself to look for that pitch down and lay off that high one.
Jose Bautista on deck. Thames has struck out, grounded out, and was hit by a pitch. Power against power. Veritek reminding Papelbon, don't forget about the base runners. Woodward had a good secondary lead. Tien at first base can get a good jump if there's a ground ball on the infield.
Break up that double play. Maybe the ball goes sailing away from the infielders and not allow the winning run to score. But be aware of a line drive.
Oh, and 2. Woodward, the winning run at second. Tien at first. 0-2 to Thames. Strikes him out.
Right fielder, number 19, Jose Bautista.
Jose Bautista has a home run against Jonathan Papelbon. That's his only hit in 8 at-bats.
He's due. A little bit bigger lead now for Woodward at second base with 2 outs. Infield has to play deep, just trying to keep the ball on the infield so he can get a big lead. A much bigger lead at second base than the last batter.
Jose Molina started things off with a base hit off of Papelbon. Chris Woodward took over as a pinch runner. Bautista can win it. Two and 0. Veritek's had some problems with the webbing of his glove. Looks like he's retying the laces. That last ball sailed on him and may have popped a string.
Late movement by Veritek, also not giving an inch. Sets up on the inner half, and now when Papelbon starts home, slides to the outer half, and you're right, he catches that right in the webbing.
Two balls, no strikes. If there's a better one-on-one battle in sports, I want to see it. Big-time home run hitter, big-time closer. Power against power.
And he's challenging him, too. He has thrown him 4 fastballs. This one rides up. And Bautista with that quick bat. Can't get it. The beauty of this game, that one-on-one matchup.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 outs. A 0-0 game. Full count. Runners will be off on the pitch. Lind on deck.
Make sure he goes home now. No inside move. Middle infielder's back. Just make sure he goes home.
Bases are loaded. The bases are loaded. We're only a grand slam away from awarding a 70-inch Sharp Outdoors Quadron TV. To enter, visit hitahomerunwithsharp.ca. Jonathan Papelbon has thrown 24 pitches in this inning. So Kurt Young, the pitching coach, is out just to give him a breather.
Yep. Give him a chance to catch his breath, talk about what they want to do with Adam Lind. Just to reinforce the scouting report on Lind.
Frank Francisco did his job. 2 innings of work, the longest outing of his season. He is the pitcher of record. The bases are loaded. There are 2 outs. Adam Lind. Two of those 3 grand slams have come this season. Woodward at third. The only run that matters. A single and 2 walks. Papelbon has struck out 2. He's kept that fastball away from Lind and
In up. Time to shorten it up right here now. Chris Woodward is getting a very big lead at third base. If he decides to throw him a splitter, he's got to think about trying to score. You can see the third baseman Avila's way off the bag. So Woodward is coming down that line on the pitch.
Oh, and 2. Papelbon strikes out the side and leaves the bases loaded. But it took him 27 pitches. We'll go to the 11th in the scoreless ball game. struck out the side with the bases loaded. He came into the ball game, gave up a leadoff single, then struck out Wise, walked the pinch hitter Tien, struck out Thames, walked Bautista, and then struck out Linden. So Sean Camp will come in to work the top of the 11th.
Sean Camp into the game 58 times now. He leads the club in appearances. J. Pierre Ancibia enters the ball game behind the plate after they pinch ran for Jose Molina. Chris Woodward stays in the game after pinch running for Molina, and he'll play shortstop.
Euclid takes the first pitch low from Camp. Two and 0. We mentioned the Blue Jays have done a good job of not walking anybody. Francisco had a walk in the 11th. They've issued just 3 walks today, but the Red Sox, they'll make you work. Euclid, tough hop for Laurie. Rocked him to his heels, but he recovers.
Ball hit hard. He is showing that he can make all the plays at third base. To his left, to his right, this time right at him as he gives ground. Got him on his heels, but he's got plenty of time.
Carl Crawford was robbed of an extra base hit his last time up. That was leading off the ninth. Dwayne Wise in center field went to his right and caught a line drive slicing away from him in the gap in left center.
That's why we're still playing. That was leading off the inning.
And right after that, Josh Reddick hit a double to right. Two and 1. Dan Wheeler, in his first season with the Red Sox, spent time with Houston and Tampa Bay most recently, and now he will come into the game. Papelbon did his thing.
Yeah, you don't want to burn him out. 27 pitches in 1 inning.
Backdoor breaking ball. Camp freezes Crawford.
He threw him a Fosh, the dead fish, last pitch, and then snapped off a breaking ball on the back door for Crawford. First strikeout for Sean Camp. That was a good sequence there against a very dangerous hitter.
Josh Reddick had the biggest day at the plate. He is singled and doubled. He and Marco Scudero both with a single and a double in the game. Two and 0. Three and 0. Jason Varitek is on deck. Green light.
And Camp knew it too. Took a little something off that pitch to get him out in front.
And backed off. Again. Full count.
They're not going to get anything with some steam on it when he's behind. He'll try and take the sting out of your bat by throwing the ball softer.
Foul that ball off Aaron Sebia.
When he's behind. Just get you out of your rhythm at the plate. Taking a little something off of it.
The defensive swing by Reddick, and he stays alive. Another full count pitch. Popped into the air. Second baseman Kelly Johnson calling for it. The inning is over. Blue Jays will bat in the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Encarnacion, Kelly Johnson, and Brett Laurie. Sixth appearance of the season, and he's been a good acquisition by the Red Sox, signed as a free agent in the offseason.
Now in his 9th year in the big leagues, and they wanted to get some more depth in the bullpen, some more experience. Dan Wheeler has been on a few clubs. Last pitch with Tampa Bay when they made it into the playoffs. Houston, the Mets, actually started with Tampa Bay. So he's been around. He knows how to pitch in these tight situations.
Can't get any tighter than this. A scoreless game, bottom of the 11th inning. Edwin Encarnacion will lead things off. He is singled in 4 at-bats. Quite a difference in style that Encarnacion is dealing with here compared to Daniel Bard and Jonathan Papelbon. Wheeler has a herky-jerky delivery.
It's never a day at the beach when you're facing those two, Bard and Papelbon, especially if you're right-handed. But Wheeler will mix and match. He'll cut the fastball. Is more basically a sinker-slider type of pitcher.
There's a breaking ball in there for a strike.
One thing about the Boston Red Sox bullpen is they will come in and throw strikes. They have the fewest walks per 9 innings in the American League.
1-2. High and deep to right center. Ellsbury on the run, and Reddick calling for it. Reddick makes the catch just on the warning track. Ball just hasn't carried it all day long.
Not like it did earlier today with the Blue Jays. About 11 o'clock, 11:30, they were taking batting practice. It was almost like there was a wind tunnel and it was just pushing the ball out of here. But today, everything to the outfield has really died.
Kelly Johnson, 1 for 4. Left-handed hitters have hit .290 against Dan Wheeler, compared to .212 for the right-handers. Brett Laurie on deck. Laurie's been on base 3 times. He is officially 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. Popped out. Middle of the field, Marco Scudero, the shortstop, calls for it, makes the catch. Brett Laurie, you mentioned he's 0 for 2. He came up just a month ago, made his debut in Baltimore on the 5th of August. Goes after the first pitch.
Were you ready for it?
Had it all the way.
Okay.
I had him played to the opposite field.
All right. He doesn't get cheated. Now just over 100 at bats in the big leagues, and the production that he has put up in those 100 at bats. 7 doubles, 4 triples, 7 home runs. You know, he doesn't have to hit an extra base hit to do some damage. I mean, if he gets on, he's got speed that he can steal a base for you, get in the scoring position.
Picked up his 5th steal of the season in the 2nd inning. He's 5 for 5 in that department. High and deep, and you can forget about it. Brett Laurie has just walked off the Red Sox. Home run number 8. The 9th walk-off win for the Blue Jays this season. Brett Laurie with his first comes on his 8th home run.
That's how you do it. And I think he knew it too. Pitch in the middle of the plate. He extends through it. Home run number 8. And the Blue Jays go to 9-0 at home in extra innings. That's a no doubt about it right there. Extension on that pitch from Wheeler in the middle of the plate, and as soon as it left the bat, you can tell from the sound and the trajectory that he had it. I think everybody knew it too.
Chris Woodward flipped his bat, knew he wouldn't need to hit, and Chris Woodward served as a mentor to Laurie in AAA, and he watches his young pupil hit a home run, and now let's check in with Barry Davis.
All right, Buck. Brett, you've hit some home runs since you've been called up. You've hit a grand slam. Where does this one rank for you to end this game here in the 11th inning?
It was a battle all game. Probably up there on my home run list. I've never hit a walk-up before in my career. So to do it today is pretty special. Today was a dogfight. We're going back and forth. We both had opportunity to score runs, and we couldn't do it. And it was just a grind. It was who's gonna push towards the end. And fortunately, we did today.
Take us through the at bat, and once the ball left your bat, I'm sure you knew it was gone.
Yeah, no, I had a good idea that it was gonna be gone. Just looking for something I can drive. You know, that situation, you want to try and get to second as best you can to give the guy behind you an opportunity to score. And fortunately enough, I got a pitch I can handle, and game winner.
There were so many things that made this win possible for the Blue Jays today. A lot of great defensive plays, the double play that Alvarez and yourself pulled, the catch by Dwayne Wise. This was a full team thing, even though you ended up being the hero.
Yeah, no, full team effort today. Everybody did their part. Alvarez threw the ball well, kept us in the game. Our bullpen came in, did a great job, kept us in the game as well. We swung the bats, just unfortunate to get any runs, but we came away with the win, so it's a plus.
All right, enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Brett Laurie with the game-winning walk-off home run for the Blue Jays. 11 shutout innings for the pitchers. All they needed was one run, and this man here supplied it.